years after Russia was awarded this event, the dream finally becomes a reality.
Stands tall. Sensational goal!
South Korea have scored! Can you believe it? They can't make it count. 2-0, that is it! Germany are going home from this World Cup. We are moving now towards the sharp end. Oh, how about that? Mbappe's got another one. Cavani, brilliant!
And we will go to penalties, and he's done it! And England win on penalties! It is Russia's party, and the party goes on! Oh, can you believe it? Fabulous comeback!
Only 8 now remain in Russia. Griezmann, and hunted towards goal and in by Raphael Varane!
De Bruyne, 2-0! The favourites have gone.
Up to the head of Dele Alli.
Penalties again. Fernandez has dragged it horribly wide. Rakitic!
32 teams have been reduced to 4. Griezmann with the corner, kicking him, TT! And it is over.
It is Kieran Trippier, it is delicious! Mandzukic! Croatia hit the front! And England are hot! Here is the planet's ultimate game. The final of the 21st Football World Cup. Pogba! Here's Mbappe! Oh my word! France are the champions of the world!
Still complaining.
But look, the images, it feels like we were just there yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, we had a wonderful month in Moscow. For me, it was really the best World Cup off the pitch, for sure. On the pitch, we'll leave up to our guys to speak about that. They had done a great job analyzing a lot of stuff. They're already here, 2 great legends of football.
Well, let's say a warm welcome to everyone. Thank you for being here at the FIFA Football Conference. Thank you everyone for being here.
Let's start this great journey. So,
we'd like to say some warm welcomes to our FIFA president and confederation presidents, technical directors and national coaches that are here. And Clarence, we also have the media. We have to welcome them as well.
Absolutely, part of the show. Welcome. So, Mr. President, please join us. Gianni Infantino. Let's stand more in the middle. Early morning for you too, Mr. President. Good.
Gianni, we'd just like to ask you just the first question about the World Cup. Do you really think that it brought that sense back, that feel-good factor about football again?
Well, what shall I speak?
Oh, let's go over here.
Is there a mic?
Yeah, we don't have the mic. We dropped it before.
I can shout.
We can do it around here.
We left it somewhere.
Okay. Well, first of all, just let me, on behalf of FIFA and on my personal behalf, let me welcome, of course, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Bienvenue. En français aussi, parce que c'est la langue des champions du monde. Donc, félicitations à la France, déjà, et bienvenue. Congratulations to France, and welcome in French as the language of the world champions, right?
Absolutely.
Bienvenidos, willkommen, ahlan wa sahlan, and so on and so forth, in all the languages of the world, because it is an important gathering. I say just one more word, and then I answer your question, Alex. When I was campaigning for becoming FIFA president, one of the slogans, or probably the most important one for me, was that I wanted to bring football back to FIFA and FIFA back to football, because I had the feeling that this had gone a little bit lost. And for me, this gathering here, this conference, this meeting where we have all coaches of the world and technical directors of the whole world, is exactly the essence, the symbol, and the feeling of this slogan. We bring football back to FIFA, and we bring FIFA back to football all around the world. And for this reason, I would really like to thank all of you for being here and for sharing your expertise, your experience, and your football passion with us. But having said that, the World Cup...
That feel-good factor, Gianni.
The World Cup was amazing. I'm happy that Clarence said it before me, it was the best ever World Cup. Because if I said it first, you know, people would say, yeah, he's not objective, you know, it's obviously he says
it is true. This is how I lived it. It was really amazing. Great feeling, yeah.
Clarence is the voice of innocence and the voice of wisdom and truth, so if he says it, it must be true. we all know
I'm feeling a bit.
We all know it was a great feeling. It was a great celebration. It was a great celebration of football. Of course, as an organizer, we must make sure that we set the scene, that the stadiums are there, that the transport works, the logistic is running, and everything worked perfectly well. But what made this World Cup, I think, really special and really the best ever was that not only everything worked, but it was a celebration. We had fans coming from all over the world. I mean, the South Americans, the Mexicans, the Japanese, the Africans, the Europeans maybe a little bit less, but with time they were coming as well. And whoever was coming was feeling that they could celebrate football. We discovered a new country, Russia, that we didn't know in this way. We discovered that it's an open country, that it's a country where you can go and celebrate, and certainly celebrate football. We had no incidents, we had no issues whatsoever, and you said it on the pitch, we will see what the experts say. I'm certainly the last one who can speak about that, but I enjoyed it very, very much, including the rain at the end in the ceremony. I enjoyed that like a little child.
Okay, Gianni, we'll leave you to the stage.
We're going to leave the stage for you, Mr. President, so please enjoy. Absolutely. Well, I think you can help us with some more insights, I'm sure.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So, well, I said already a lot of what I was going to say. As I said, I'm very grateful and very happy to be here and to give you a few welcome words and a little bit to set maybe the tone and the scene for this gathering, for this meeting. This is the first time ever that FIFA organizes
such an event, such an important event, because at the end of the day, and we forget that very often, especially we, on our part, we forget what football is about. We are maybe into our political things, and we forget that we actually have to focus on the pitch, focus on what is happening. And for this reason, to have this gathering here in London in this weekend where we celebrate also the best coaches, the best players, best teams, and so on and so forth, is certainly not only symbolic, but should lead us for the future to focus even more on what happens in the pitch. Bring football back to FIFA and FIFA back to football. And this is the message we want to give you. And we wanted to give it to you by having you all here after such an incredible World Cup. A World Cup which worked very well, I said it, off the pitch, which was very exciting on the pitch as well. Of course, France winning, but Croatia as well, being in the final. Croatia representing maybe a little bit all those who can dream about this magic of football, isn't it? It's not a big country, it's not a football powerhouse, as one would say, but it came to the final and could even have been winning. And this is what football is about, and this is what the magic of football is about, and this is what we were cheering about. And there were so many events happening at this World Cup with, I don't know, 30,000 Peruvian fans traveling to Yekaterinburg. It's already complicated for one person to go to Yekaterinburg. For 30,000 from Peru to reach there, it's quite amazing. The Japanese fans celebrating and cleaning the stadiums after to show respect. The Senegal fans did the same. The teams playing Panama, first time in the World Cup, first goal scored in the World Cup. I've been told yesterday that there are still some Panamese celebrating in front of the stadium their first goal ever in the World Cup. But this is the World Cup. This is the magic of the World Cup, and this is why we all love the World Cup. And finally, as well, we have been maybe a little bit brave or a little bit crazy, and we have introduced something new. You will hear about it later today. We have introduced VAR, or VAR, Video Assistant Refereeing. We were, of course, a little bit criticized before that. And I think after the World Cup, everyone in the world has now realized that this, of course, is the future. And it's not the future because we say that it is the future. It is the future because it showed clearly that it helps. It does not change the game. We were afraid, I was afraid, first of all, that it would somehow disrupt the game, but it did not disrupt the game. It cleaned the game. It helped the game. We did not have one red card right, Pierluigi? For brutal foul. Not one. I don't know if it's thanks to VAR or because everyone suddenly became so nice, but certainly, I guess, the players on the pitch and their coaches, they knew that whatever you do, well, somebody will see it and there will be consequences. So it cleaned, certainly, the game, and it helped the referees who are doing an incredibly, incredibly difficult job, and we all have to realize that. So we studied it for 2 years, we tested it for 2 years, and we decided, yes, to implement it in the World Cup, and it was extremely successful and part of this best World Cup ever feeling that, that we all had. But besides the World Cup, we have now to think into the future, and for this reason it is important to have the opportunity to be together, all the coaches, all the technical directors from all around the world, to be together and to think about the future of football on the pitch, because that is what makes people emotion. That is what we have to focus about. And we have to think about, for example, and I say this here and you will certainly debate about it, that the last 4 World Cup winners were all coming from Europe. We need Asia. Necesitamos Sudamérica, América Latina.
We need South America, Latin America in football. We
los equipos
need
que jueguen
all teams
y que ganen.
to play and to
On a
win.
besoin de l'Afrique
We need Africa
dans le football mondial.
in world football.
On a besoin du monde entier.
We
C'est
need
pour
the
ça
whole world to be involved.
qu'on doit se concentrer, on doit
And that's
focaliser
why we really
le
need to
développement
focus and
du football
concentrate
partout
on football
dans le
development
monde. We have
across the
to
world.
develop football at the grassroots, but also at the top level, all around the world. This must be our priority going forward, and this is what we are certainly wanting to focus on in FIFA, and what we would like you all to focus on as well, together with us, because football is the only true global game. It is a game that makes everyone have and feel very, very strong. You can feel everything. You know it much better than me. When you win, when you lose, when you help your teammate, when you are mad at him or at your opponent or at the referee, and so on and so forth. We all know these feelings that football can give, and you, as the educators of football, have a great responsibility in this respect. Actually, I can see here in the room there are many of you who used to be also great football players, and that's actually one of the special things about football as well, and something that I'm very jealous about, dear Clarence and Alex and everyone here. It is that actually, you know, when you have a normal job in life, right? You are, I don't know, a doctor or a policeman or a lawyer or whatever. When you stop, you become a former doctor or a former policeman or a former lawyer or whatever. But a football player, right? He does not become a former football player. He becomes a legend. He becomes a legend because he is a legend in the eyes of many, many children, and those like me who remain children their whole life when they see a ball in front of them. And this is, of course, a reason to be proud, but it's also a big responsibility. There's a big responsibility for all of you. And this responsibility is a responsibility that you have to transmit to those that you train, to those that you coach, and to the general public who is listening, of course, to you, to your words, to your actions, to what you feel, to what you do. And with this in mind, my request, my plea, of course, to you is, and I know that the result is always the most important in football, we all want to win, but it's important as well to light this flame, to light the fire in the people, to give them, to transmit them something, to transmit them passion, to transmit them pride, to transmit to them values. And in order to do this, you have a very, very important role to play in the way you make your teams play without fear, offensively, to play football, but also in the way you transmit messages to your teams and to all the people. So you have a very important role, much more important than any one of us on this side, as from the FIFA president to all the others, and I count on all of you to transmit the message, the love, the passion for football all around the world. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianni. Well, we've got an exciting day ahead. FIFA is so excited about the conference today because it's the chance to bring almost 200 countries together, everybody with the same objective, which is to develop football and to bring it to the next level in whatever environment, like an environment today. So hopefully it's the opportunity to meet, to share, and to interact. The program today We're going to highlight findings of the technical study group, the facts, the figures, the trends and the tendencies. And obviously, we have to pay tribute to the world champions. We'll have a coaching forum with coaches from all over the world, and like Gianni just touched on, refereeing at the World Cup, and we will be including VAR. We will end with cocktails to round up, and then hopefully that dialogue will continue. So before we move on, let's have a look at our next video. Intense music there at the end. Everybody is keen on the analysis of the World Cup by the specialists. As in the past, FIFA's technical study group is composed of top experts, and we're going to now call them on stage. So first of all, I would like to ask on stage Carlos Alberto Pereiro. Big round of applause, please. We all know, obviously, a bit about Carlos, a champion in 1994, a coach of 5 different teams in 6 FIFA World Cup final competitions, and the list does go on. Thank you for joining us, Carlos.
Okay, good morning. Good to see you. As Clarence said, you look great.
Bom dia, professor. Tudo bem?
Tudo bem. It's a pleasure.
Okay, joining Clarence as well now is Marco van Basten. A big round of applause, please. And the same, Marco, the list is endless here. European champion, 1988, Ballon d'Or winner on 3 occasions, FIFA World Player of the Year. There's so much on here. Jeez.
Hello.
Hello.
Goedemorgen.
Guten Morgen. Hello, hello.
Please.
Yes.
Okay, before the discussion just starts, I would like to highlight, if you do have any questions, I think there's going to be 4 segments. If you'd just like to raise your hand, there is a number of people in the audience, so we will get the microphone to you, and the floor is yours also. We like this to be more interaction instead of just listening to everything on stage. We want you to get involved. Clarence, over to you.
Thank you so much. Professor. Bom dia.
Yeah, bom dia.
Good morning. Is everything okay? Yes, I'm fine now.
Well, we don't need to have a further introduction. I mean, you're a living encyclopedia and so much experience. Have done a great, hard-working job to get clarity on the last World Cup in terms of analysis. Marco as well, welcome. Also, putting all your knowledge in to improve the game. Yep. Lovely. So welcome, both of you. Let's start with the process of analysis. And the first topic is the goal analysis of 2010, 2014, and 2018. And the first slide says about the numbers, the evolution of the goals. Mr. Pereiro.
Good morning to everybody. Mr. President, thank you very much for the invitation. We really enjoy to be here in this so honorable event. Coaches, good morning. In name, I'd like to congratulate France and Didier Deschamps for the beautiful championship. In his name, I congratulate all the coaches here present. There is Joaquin, there is World Cup winners here. And it's a pleasure to me to be here in the ground, in the stage, beside the 2 legends of football, Marco and Seedorf. And this job is not my job. It was a job of the technical staff group that was composed by our friends Danny, Andy, Bora, Monique, Pascal. Everybody worked very hard in order to bring you these numbers. That's why we come to the conclusion, and everybody is expecting the World Cup will bring new ideas, new trends, new graphics, new stats, new numbers, and then we're going to show you some points. It was very interesting. The number of goals has increased dramatically. Only Brazil, 2014, we scored 71 goals, maybe due to our result against Germany, 7 goals, otherwise it would be 169, the best number of goals ever scored. We helped this number not to be the number one, but anyhow, this is past, this belongs to the past. Because of the power of attacking players, they really was great. People were thinking about attacking football. Players, they are very sharp. Players, they produce good opportunities and they take it. The midfield players supporting from behind, scoring. There was an attacking mentality. So the World Cup was entertaining, it was good. So it was proven about the number of the goals scored in the competition. It would be almost the highest level ever in a World Cup.
Marco, is that also your full opinion about a more attacking way of playing?
I don't know if we are much more attacking, yes or no. You've seen the numbers. We scored a lot of goals, pretty the same as in the last World Cup 2014. But I think what was notable that there was only one match without a goal. And I think that's also something what likes the public, because watching a game without goals is sometimes good because there's a lot of emotion, but to see goals is much more spectacular. So I think that in that case, it was an interesting World Cup.
But the statement about being more offensive, was that the overall conviction of the group of work?
We're going to see later on. People were back in the defenders, stand behind the ball, deep, black, but when they got possession, they really go direct. Passing possession was not a must anymore. It's to reach the opponent goal as quick as you can. But anyhow, and then it turned up, look, 7 goalless situations in 2010, 5 in 2014, only 1 in the last World Cup, which means it was an entertaining World Cup in terms of goals.
And then we have also a very interesting point, which the one who in the knockout stage score more goals than in the past, and we have the next slide here that says that we have in this World Cup, last World Cup, more goals in the knockout stages. That actually reinforces your point of well, more offensive football or more efficient.
More efficient football, I would say. You know, the game is a balance between attack and defending. Nobody can run away from this. You have to defend and you have to attack. But once in possession, people are really decide to go in front and play direct football to reach there as quick as you can and score. And you must have players with the ability to score, to deliver passes, to assist, and to finish. And the set piece count a good number of goals, yes.
Yeah,
Mass piece was something very important in the World Cup. Decide so many games.
Absolutely, the set pieces will come to it in a second. Yes, please.
There's also a point that in the knockout stage, the games were more open. So in the group phase, you had a lot of difference in between the strong countries and the less strong countries. So you had really a lot of defenders, a lot of defensive teams.
Lower.
And in the second part, in the knockout phase, you can see that the teams were more balanced. So the game was more open and there was more space, there were more possibilities. And that was also, I think, notable in this World Cup. In the beginning, we've seen a lot of countries we were defending, and they created so less space for the opponents that was very difficult to see.
We will show it in a bit.
It was a big
What
difference.
about, I mean, you were a number 9, scoring goals, focusing, being the box, etc., etc. Has there been a difference in how these number 9s today are acting during the World Cup?
I think it's nowadays much more difficult, because if you see certain games and they were defending with 9 and 10 persons in penalty area of their own, there's no space anymore. You can't get the ball. You can't, you know, if you play handball, you have a ball in your hand and you can keep it and you can decide what to do, but you can't keep the ball on your foot. So that's much more difficult.
Even if they try, though, there's a lot of control.
If you try, it's much difficult, but you have no space. It's very difficult to create something, and that's where we are now facing. I think every time more difficult to beat, for the number 9 to create something. And yeah, it's not like in basketball you have a pivot, you can play to that one, and then, because that's not that easy. There are so many people. It was in the beginning of the tournament. It was really notable to see how much.
So that's why midfield players coming from behind are so important to make a change in the game.
Yep.
And is this also due to the increased technical and tactical ability of the coaches, that they are, you know,
yes,
preparing the teams better defensively?
I do believe so, and the game has changed a lot from the old days to nowadays, and everybody's back behind the ball. No, as Marco was saying, no spaces at all. This is starting in 1966 in the World Cup. Pressure on the man of the ball, less speed, high speed. But one thing is good, when you have the ball, direct football, not more passing around, because you need players to do that. If you don't have, go direct.
Direct football, you score the first goal, which a lot of times should be an advantage, but then we've seen the opposite, that you score the first goal, but the teams are capable of winning the matches more. Can you give a little bit insight on that?
I believe when you score the first goal, this changes everything. You go for a game, and then you set your planning, your tactical planning, and then if you take a goal, if you score a goal in the first minutes, and then it changes everything. For the team who is winning, who scored the goals, gives you the confidence, and the other team has to change everything, goals, and give you space for you, and then you attack there. And then you see the team who has turned out the result, coming back from the result, they do have self-resilience. They never give up. They always have a leader in the ground who can change the game. And I can show you so many examples in the football life. Sorry to mention that anyhow. I was in a game in Istanbul. Milan was beating Liverpool 3-0.
Yes, thank you for reminding me.
Yes, halftime. And then it was 3-3 in the second halftime. It was one of the biggest comeback, you know. And I watched the result. We could see in the halftime, the supporters from Liverpool, they never stopped singing that song, very, very famous song, You Never...
Walk Alone.
Walk Alone, my God. That, even today, I feel that pressure. And that inspired the players. I remember 1958 when Brazil, in the final, took the goal against Sweden, Gigi. He put the ball here, said, cool down. We'll change the game. That's it. That's it. And then you need leaders in the ground. And so many results when Germany was 2-0 down in the final of 1954 against Hungary. But they have a team of men, of people. They never give up. They were there. They changed the result. So it's not only a question of technically impact of the coach. They make impact. They make leadership. They make substitution. Sorry, Martins, if I'm the coach from Belgium, if I may say something not correct, but I read or somebody told me when they beat Japan in the last minute with that beautiful goal counter-attack, they asked him in the press conference, sorry if I'm mistaking some points, what about your team? Because you play like this. Look, my friend, what do you want? What do you need? We are 2-0 down. And then we are going to be out of the World Cup. You need us to play. We have to play with the heart, with the soul. This is what we did. We changed the game. Everybody in the box there scored the goal. We changed. Sometimes not only technique, it's not only tactical. It's the heart and the soul. And this is a good thing to tell you the difference now. We're going to talk about the playmakers. Gerson, one of the best midfielders Brazil has had ever. One day, I don't know if it was in the national team or in the club side, he came in the dressing room, and then he was talking to the coach, please replace me. I had problem in my neck. People, what happened? Did you have pain in your neck? Yes, because the defenders get the ball here, play direct there in those days. So I'm in the midfield just watching there. I cannot play anymore. Please replace me. The ball has to come to me because I'm an organizer. In those days, that was the time of the football people. So that's a big difference. That makes the football very entertaining. To give you these examples, just until today, I remind this. There was one game, I think it was the national team, I was the coach, about the leadership. And we are losing 1-0, and then at halftime, when we go to the dressing room, somebody from the press touched me, Carlos, what do I have to do? I have to have fun, I have to enjoy. And then I went to the dressing room. And then I talked to the players. We never talk about tactics or technique. I said, look, we're going to lose so many more games, but not in this way, without spirit, without willingness. Let's go there, have fun, enjoy. And then change the game. We won 3-1. And then next day, headline, fun, enjoy, make the difference. That's all about. So leadership, for me, it's so important.
It's a fantastic statement. And Marco, you yourself, you were a leader always in the field. Do you really think that that is a very important aspect for these results?
I think there are a couple of things. We've seen a fantastic public also, especially for the South American countries. I think they were also driven by the enthusiasm of the public. It can be a wise and intelligent coach who makes good moves, and it is also sure that the players, they have the quality and the mentality to fight back. So that's all, I think, we have seen it all.
But the fact that it is so obvious, increasingly more and more than when you score the first goal, then still, what happens with the team that loses actually? Is there some specific reason for that?
I think you can also see, yeah, but you can also see it was quite imbalanced, the teams. And what I said before, the smaller teams, they were really keen in defending. And yeah, they really find some ways to beat the opponent. And so it was interesting in that way that we have seen countries who are winning in the beginning, losing in the end, and vice versa. And I think in the end, for the public, that's very interesting, because you never know until the end who's going to win. And that's something what I think attracts the public.
Absolutely. Well, we have then the next slide, where we talk about the numbers of shots outside the penalty area. I mean, Argentina versus Iceland, France, Denmark, Mexico, Sweden. We will see a few of the images now, but can you tell us a little bit more about this aspect?
The numbers shows very, very, very clear that the pack defense in front of the box denies spaces for the average shots from outside the box. You can see for 1,700, almost 800 to 684. It means the pack defense blocking everybody. It has taken away space from the people to shot from outside the box.
Let's have a look to the first video that actually shows clearly.
Yes.
Please take us through this.
Yes, can you stop, Chris? No, we can see a little bit backwards. Yeah. You see, this is something which we fight a lot in Brazil with people to come too deep, the defenders. They should have been at least in the line of the big area and to deny the space. They come too deep, giving space in front of the box for people to shoot. You can see, you follow, you're going to see them, look. Of course, now in this situation, yes, but in the beginning, look, and they didn't move so quick to try to stop. The concentration too much behind, too deep. They should have moved quicker to stop, because there is one #1 law, why goals I score. It's lack of pressure in the man of the ball. This will not change for the next 100 years. Lack of pressure in the man of the ball is the #1 cause of goals in football. And then it's very clear when you have 80 players in the penalty area and people free.
Is this a handball situation we were talking about before?
Yeah, and that's also, I think, in the group phase. We've seen a lot of countries playing like this, like Iceland, like Sweden, Denmark, and they are also playing on a high level handball. And it looks a little bit like handball, because if you see how many defenders there are just before the goalkeeper, we were always talking about in between the lines, you have to get the ball, and you can't be in between what line, because they're all there.
Yeah, there's a wall.
Do you agree that that's too much deep, all defenders? Yeah.
So it's very difficult for the forwards to do something. So you turn around to look for a space to shoot, but you can't shoot, because if you are sure that if you want to try to do something like here, you have 4 or 5 legs and players before you. So it's difficult to
Can we go back to the slide with the numbers where we show how it has decreased? Because I want to emphasize that point. I mean, this is quite an important number.
1,000?
That the shots from outside the box have decreased because of this type of defending.
Yes, clearly.
Yeah, you hardly get the chance to shoot because there are always 1, 2, 3 players before your nose. So you pass the ball to your
and then we have the next video as well, Marco. So the handball theory, the second video, will show again Denmark defending very low. So what do we look for here, Marco?
Yeah, but the position is different than the other one. They are outside the box. It means they are more compact in the area which really counts, in front of the area. It's different than the others.
Like always taking charge of the situation,
yeah.
Professor. I think that the interesting thing is also the positioning of the white players that are not used here in this image, that they try to go still centrally.
Yeah, but you know, you have to try to create space for yourself. But if the block of defenders are moving quite quickly, you can't do a lot. And this I think, talking about handball, we can all see that you can have the ball in the outside of the field, but not close to the goal. And that's why the football today is very difficult. So the players has to be very intelligent, has to be very clever, has to be very technical to try to create some chances. And that's
Marco and Clarice, it shows very well, and you mentioned the two wide players. They are not dangerous at this moment. Yeah. The moment where the ball is, they close the area of the ball, leaving the players away. If they play there, they will move there. So they close the side of the area of the ball. I think it's a good position.
What happens in these situations is that the ball goes around and around, and then it decreases a little bit
now they move.
The density.
Yeah, the intensity. And that's something what a trainer, I think, should try to get out of it. You have to have quick ball circulation. Otherwise, and we all know it's very difficult, but you have to try to be quicker and you have to get it in a high speed.
Because the solution for this also needs to be found, for sure.
Yeah.
And we have the next video about Sweden, Mexico, Sweden. Here as well, Sweden very, very low. Can you just stop it just a second? I mean, it's a bit hurtful for us, of course, that Holland and also
Don't talk
Italy.
about Holland.
very low, but it's
we're
so,
left home.
It's so clear. Area of the ball. The ball, they close the area of the ball. The side's not a problem. The problem, the ball is. It's very clear. Packed, very packed.
So here we see again
as Mark was saying, how number 9 could play there?
Yeah, what can he do there? He can just get a cappuccino there, and that's it.
And in these, I mean, we talk about Sweden, Denmark, and Iceland. I mean, these are the northern countries. And so your idea about that has to do with taking things from other sports, has to do with the type of strategy. Have you spoken with any of the coaches?
No, but it helps anyhow, because they are used and growing up with. But we have also seen the other, like Morocco or like Iran, they also were able to defend on that way. But it was notable, especially in the beginning of the tournament, that these countries from Scandinavia.
So it's back to the 80s. I mean, we see that even Catenaccio has had an evolution in this case.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think we went through everything. Alex, where are you, Alex? Are there some questions from the room?
Is anyone brave enough? Does anyone have a burning question that they would like to ask on this topic before we move on? No, it doesn't seem so. Still warming up, maybe. Still warming up.
Yes,
okay,
well, you know, it's funny because as coaches, many times you ask questions and you don't get nothing back. And now we have the same thing here, doing the same thing by the coaches. We won't expect the opposite. Huh? I mean, we need to lead by example. When we ask a question, somebody raises his hands. Let's be interactive, because I think it's very important for you to interact on this. We have a lot of coaches who never have the possibility to be hearing this type of information, discussing this, so I think it would be very valuable for everybody to really interact as much as we can. So then let's move on. We have the second topic, which is penalties awarded, and the number of shots still. Okay. Then we have the numbers of shots.
Yeah, this is also interesting.
Number of shots. Less shots, but still very high percentage of
goals.
Goals.
It means forwards and midfield players are sharper now. Sure, definitely. Technique, high standard. Before we need 36, 42, now we need only 29 to score a goal. Forwards and midfield players, attacking midfield players, they are sharper. Technique has improved a lot. It has been improved there.
Marco, when I see these numbers and we see, okay, when you know you have less chance to shoot, is there an aspect of concentration that is higher? Because
no, I think this is very notable, because we have seen it's much more difficult to shoot, but once we shoot, we are much better in making goals. So that's a very, you know, you see the players are getting better. The ball is very good, and also for the is making a lot of, but they're shooting so hard, and they are better shooters. They're better trained. So when there is a chance for shooting, they were much better than in the World Cups before. So the level of the football players, skills, technique, it's improving.
You would say that this would be something that coach has to be bringing now for the ground, for training outside the box, to improve this ability.
So we're saying that even the technology in terms of the ball is more efficient and everything. And we have a video that actually
shows that.
Shows the quality of
finishing.
Finishing.
The quality of finish has increased a lot, you can see. And this guy, Coutinho, who scored this goal, it's not this only goal. He scored so many goals in that position.
Absolutely.
Many goals. But look again, the defense, too deep. If they have been in the box, he wouldn't have that space. He is free. And do remember, #1 cause of goals in football is lack of pressure in the man of the ball. It's very clear here again.
So now we can show the next video as well. Of course, this is fantastic finishing.
Yeah.
Argentina, France. So what do we see here, Marco?
Yeah, this is okay. Marco, go ahead. This is a nice one.
It's not easy to shoot, what we said before. So you have to really find out with a high-speed ball circulation to find a player who is able to shoot. But when there is the moment, this is a wonderful goal. So he is strong. He is hard. It's very precise.
So you cannot blame defenders or anybody. It was a beautiful shot. Yeah. Beautiful finish.
Yeah. So in defensive way, you have to try to have always the pressure, and that's what we are doing quite well. But once there is a possibility like this, if they have a chance and they can really shoot, the shooting is improved a lot in the last years.
Yeah, we can also use this image here to see how they block the vision actually of the goalkeeper.
Yes, very clear. The goalkeeper could not see the ball.
But don't we train the goalkeepers, I mean, also for these things? I mean, at the end, you cannot always be clear, have a clear vision on the shot coming, right?
Yeah, so the goalkeeper has to move also to create his own, the best vision of his
It's also interesting always to see wide players are free, they close where the ball is. And too many people there, which stops the goalkeeper.
But
fantastic.
We have to ask also for Subi Müller. He's the goal.
Yeah. Well, next topic, guys.
But we have all seen that if you defend so close, it has an advantage. But it has also, at the same time, a disadvantage. And the disadvantage is that for the goalkeeper, sometimes it's so crowded before I can't see the ball anymore. So it's always, you know, the best thing is has always two sides.
Balance. Find the balance. Set play analysis. Second topic. So we're going to explain about the penalties awarded and scored. So here's a slide that explains that we have what?
Yeah, I believe it is war consequence. You know, before that, in the corner kick and set pieces, whatever it is, players were hugging each other, holding each other, pushing each other. A lot of marriage going on. But after the VAR, people were more cautious about this. And then it gives more freedom to the opponents who's attacking the ball. And then you have more freedom. And then they are good in the delivery, they were good in the heading, and they were good in the...
Is that not a bit too easy? I mean, can you not defend still strong without making a fall?
That are the good defenders. real good defenders, they are able to do it without making a
grabbing or holding. Yeah.
Otherwise, the VAR becomes an alibi to stop defending properly.
No, I don't think really. You know, if you, as I said, if you are good at defenders, but as you played with him, you know, they never make a foul. He always reading the game before anticipation. They have the quality. I have a player in the Brazilian national team, Aldair. He never go for the crash. Always thinking before at the ball, anticipating. Yes.
But let's not stick to the VAR as much, which is quite obvious. But then we have also the number of corners and the goals out of corners that have increased.
Can you just go one back?
Yes.
One back?
Can go back one?
Yeah. The fact that there were much more penalties.
Yes.
Is also I think, sure, the VAR helped. We have to try to get the game cleaner, which is, I think, very positive. But it's also a fact that there were so many players inside of the box that even one thing happened and you had already
time
the risk
in the box was more.
Yeah,
so
the risk of a penalty is also bigger.
Higher.
I mean, action in the box increase,
Absolutely.
Good, yeah.
So less corners, but still a high range of goals coming out of it.
I believe the quality of delivery, as our boss used to say, delivery is everything, Angie. So it's very important how they take it, how they attack the ball. It's so.
We have some videos that will
and the
show
set
this.
plays as well, attacking set plays, the combinations.
Please bring us through this set play, this corner England.
You see the fight inside the box, the man-to-man don't give space, and look how they create space for the man come from behind. The one who is going to score the goal is number 5. The other player is blocking the player to mark him. So they move, they spread, and then he penetrates in the middle free. You're going to see how this is something that has to be trained. It's a kind of setup. Look, 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 but people are not holding anymore. Look, coming from behind. I think, Chris, you can show it again because it's so interesting. Huh?
Can we repeat that one?
Can you repeat, Chris, please?
So practically the player outside the box is the one.
Yeah, they block the other player not to allow the player to get free. Look, look, look. Look, look, look there.
Delivery?
Yeah, delivery. When games are tight, defense is well organized, set pieces is so important. Huh?
Next video. Okay, stop. So, what do we see here? First of all, we see a goalkeeper.
Yeah, you can see, yes.
Desperate moment.
A lot of different colors.
Yes.
Please. Yeah.
It's interesting to see some teams will have players in the near post, some teams who don't have players in near post, some teams will have players far post. It's interesting to see the tactical organization, defending and attacking.
Very clear.
And it has nothing to do with there's a guy 2 meters tall and can jump, only if you shoot him.
But the question would be is there more efficiency with the corner kicks? There's more efficiency from outside the box. Then the analysis should start being okay, but then maybe we still need to change because sitting back is not let's say a best solution, not the best solution.
But you see, all these situations, we are becoming better. We are stronger now in making goals with corner kicks. We are stronger when we have to shoot. But the amount of shooting and amount of corner kicks, that's also a question. Because for shooting outside of the box, we have less possibilities. So that's what we are doing. We are trying to get them away from shooting, but also from corner kicks. I don't know if corner kicks, we have much more corner kicks or less corner kicks, but we only can say that we need less corner kicks for making a goal.
Perfect. Show the next video. Is there something about, again, I will ask again, the defenders? Why besides the fact that the delivery has been good, I mean, we have seen deliveries over the last, forever. But what is the reason, in your opinion, that it's easier now to score goals?
I don't think it's easier because they are really practicing properly the delivery and they're attacking the ball. I think you can see now, even if the player jump with himself and the goal with Colombia defenders and now also big jump and big heading, they are preparing to get the struggle.
So there's more training. There's more
training. All the team concentrate on that, really. If you remember set piece in 2006 when Italy won the World Cup, 60% of the goals which they scored, it came from set pieces. Now even France in the semi-final, in the final, out of 5 goals, 3 of them were set pieces, which they take a good profit of it. So important. In the semi-final, they haven't been through to the final through a corner kick, and then put them in the final, and they won the final.
Shall we see if we have a question from the audience?
Yes, please.
Alex, where are you?
Yes. Over here, Clarence.
Hello.
I believe we do. To our left. I think they are going to find.
Could you
right
stand
now.
up maybe to ask the question? Nobody still?
Here we go.
Ah, there. Okay.
Hello.
On the left. Hello.
Well, talking about set pieces, I would like to know if what's your opinion about why there's so many goals from set pieces? If it's probably the VAR has something to do with it, or probably the way they mark, I mean, in zone or man-to-man. Just I would like to know if it's something to do with that. I mean, what's the reason for that?
I believe also it's the only moment in the game that the coach can push as many players as he wants, even the goalkeeper inside the box, to place them the way he wants. The only time in the game you can handle that. So it's very important how to do it, how to use this. And of course, training the delivery, training who is going to attack the ball, training who is going near post. There's a lot of set combinations that can be done. If it's well properly trained, the rewards are coming in the game, for sure.
And Marco, the VAR, how much influence?
I think that the VAR has also an influence on this because we have seen a lot of pictures during corner kicks that were even in England. Yeah, I think it's good where you have to try to clean the football, and especially when there is a corner kick, the referee has to watch 20 players in front of him, and there are happening all of these things. So in the beginning of the games from England against Panama and Tunisia, there were a lot of fights in between, and finally I was happy also that in the end, after I think the second match, they finally gave a penalty because it was like wrestling. And yeah, that's also a reason I think where there were just more goals, because normally it came from a corner kick and that became a penalty. Yeah. So that helps also. But the fact, I've heard something that also England had a train from the American football, and American football is all about you run there, and then the ball goes. And you can also see in the corner from...
Can we go back to the England one, which is probably a good example?
It was really a work of, let's 5, 6 players running to left, running to left, creating a chance, and then a space for somebody, and then he's making a goal. I think this is something what is also teamwork. And if I think about my days when I was a player, that's a long time ago, we didn't train especially these things a lot, maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes in a week. But today, I think they were really, they have put much more attention. You see, all these players are working with each other to create chances for the last one. But this is part of the training now, in which every week they spend, let's say, 20 minutes about it, or maybe even
more regular, more time.
So they have more, appointments with each other to find the goal.
Good. We have another question in the room. Could you please also identify yourself before posing the question, please? On this side we have...
Monsieur, bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning.
Je suis de Madagascar.
I'm from Madagascar.
Que ce soit sur les balles arrêtées
My question is
ou
on
les précédents,
set play
malgré la densité
and anything that comes before that,
des
despite
défenseurs,
the intensity
il y a de plus en plus de
of
buts.
defenders, there
Est-ce que vous
is
pouvez expliquer est-ce que c'est inné
and more, there are more and more goals despite that. So I wonder whether you could go into that and explain that a little bit more from the point of view of a coach and how you'd approach that.
Would you be so kind to repeat the question, please?
Oui.
Yes, sorry. So despite the intensity in terms of the compactness of the defenders, so you're having large numbers of defenders present. Despite that, in the last 2 World Cups, there are more and more goals. So we're seeing more and more goals scored. So whether we're talking about set play or not, we're talking about general open play. So can you explain that? Is that work that's coming from the coaches, so going into more detail on that front, or is that simply better forwards and better delivery from that point of view?
I didn't follow exactly.
So,
I think I understand it. I think that we have making more goals, and it has to do with the quality of what we have already said of shooting and the training of the corner kicks, etc. On the other hand, we have all seen that defending, especially in the beginning of the tournament, is also well organized. It's difficult to make goals like I remember the game from Iceland against Argentina. And Argentina, they tried to do everything, but even when I was in the public, I couldn't see any space anymore where to create some chances. So the football is becoming more difficult, and that has to do with the speed of the game and also the space. There are not a lot of spaces anymore to play. Nevertheless, we are still able to make goals because we have seen fantastic games, we have seen fantastic skills, we have seen fantastic goals also. So the football in that way will always find solutions. So that's the good thing, I think, about that. So there's always a new way of playing, tactics. Not that has changed so much, but it was notable that the defenses were so much behind and with so many people. We've seen a lot of games with really even the center forward was just 10 meters before the area of the 16 meters. So, but that still is not the solution for winning always or not getting goal against. And that's, I think, also the power of football. We always will find something to create new possibilities. I hope that's some answer. There's no this is the truth, so that's the way how you have to win.
Well, it's a constant evolution, like always. And as coaches, you constantly analyze your opponent and find solutions for these difficulties. So that's great. We'll go to the next topic, which is the last.
Clarence.
We have one more question.
Oh, we have
over
one more,
here.
of course.
Yes, we do.
Wonderful.
If you'd like to state your name as well, so everyone in the room knows.
Stephen Constantine, National Team Manager for India. We talked about free kicks, but I'd like to know how many goals were scored from long throws and how teams are preparing for this, and both in attacking and in defending situations.
Well, I was just helped with my wonderful memory. That's only one goal by throw-ins, right? That's the question?
Yeah, from the long throw.
Yes, one goal. And the other question, please?
How are teams setting up to defend against this? Because in some cases you see players stand 1 meter, 2 meters back from the line, jumping up and down, yellow cards not given in these situations. So I'd just like to know how teams are defending that, and if the long throw is coming in, it's generally going for somebody to flick it on. How is he being marked?
You got it?
No.
Yeah, so how would you defend throw-in, long throw-ins? How would you defend that?
Yeah, long throw-ins, I think it's probably nearly the same thing as like a corner kick. It's just nearly the same possibility. You can throw it short and long, even with a corner kick. So I think in generally it should be approached like a corner.
But are there any tendencies?
Sorry, can you raise your voice a little bit?
Yeah, I said, are there any tendencies to this in how different teams approach the long throw, defending and attacking?
anyhow, throw-ins, it's thinking, it's more important than we all think, because every game you have, let's say, around 60 throw-ins. And that means probably 30 times you have the ball and 30 times the opponent has the ball. And I'm already had some discussions with the trainers that we can all make much more profit of good throw-ins and organize when we have the ball to organize well, and also when the opponent has to throw in. And it's something I'm sure will come also in the next years, that we have free kicks, corner kicks, penalty kicks, and also the throw-ins when one will come to that debate.
Okay.
Absolutely. Well, if I may give a point of view myself on that, especially my experience in Brazil helped a lot. I think it's the same as with the set pieces. Do you train it? How much do you train on the throw-ins? Offensively and defensively. It's the reaction of the player, because it's more dynamic than corner kicks. So you need to be faster in getting in your position. So I think that is one thing that can be trained as well, and maybe putting more time into it, you're more prepared.
You have 30 times the ball and a risk or the possibility to keep the ball or to lose the ball.
Exactly.
And it's just about organization and knowledge and awareness.
And reaction to be fast.
And if you can, often if you can do it quickly, it's the best solution, but it's not always.
That's the challenge. Well,
Clarence,
here we go to the...
Two more questions, just before we move on.
We have
now
to
everyone's
move forward, but maybe we can come back.
Just these last two.
Yeah. Yeah? Oh, he's standing already, so we'll not be... yeah, please.
Okay.
My name is Olivier Nyong'Ikoli, national manager for Burundi. I'm the national manager for Burundi.
Okay. Je suis l'entraîneur de l'équipe.
So, I'm the national manager for Burundi. For football.
Moi, je vois qu'il y a les joueurs là-bas.
I've seen that we have strong players there, but one thing that I have noticed is that all the teams that have played and won in the World Cup, there was a key player. So the genius player who understands things as well as possible. You talked about defending, you talked about attacking, but there's always someone who makes a difference. There's a player that makes the difference. And I remember Basten, for example, and I think of all this. You can think about certain players. There are players I used to watch on television, playmakers, and I always find this, that there's a genius in a team. But today, if we're talking about defending, it's true that teams defend well, teams attack well, we're talking about block defending, but I'm convinced that in order to make a difference, in order for there to be a difference in a team, and there's a generational difference perhaps. If in a football team you have a genius, that team will be able to make the difference. So we've talked about set play, we've talked about all sorts of different things, but that genius player, I find crucial. I think that is what makes the difference. So how can we explain that? How would you explain that? How could you?
You're anticipating a topic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. We will come to that point in a bit about the playmaker. So bear with us, and then we'll come to speak about that further. The 4 teams, the last 4 teams of the tournament. Let's get into that. We have the images. England. I mean, what was the reason why these 4 teams made it?
They were competent enough, you see. The winning team is always the winning team. For me, it's always the best team of the competition. Although there is people who play maybe entertaining football, but the winning team is always the best team in the competition because they didn't play one game. They were champions because of 7 games. They follow a certain philosophy of the coach. They have established a way of play, according to the players, according to the coach philosophy, and they were straight to that plan, and that's it. They believe in one way, and they did it.
Talking about the philosophy, sorry that I interrupt you, because you said something that is really spot on regarding England. What did they do in terms of philosophy? There was a big change noticed.
Yes, it's not very common to see an England team play with 3 centre-backs, but they did well in the qualifying games. They have a young team. They kept that way and almost reached the final. I think it's a team who has a potential for the future. They did a good job. Nobody expect them to be that far in the competition. They almost reached the final. So you cannot blame the way they play. It's according to the coach philosophy, the coach believes, and he took the best of his team. And also what he was mentioned, no team wins a World Cup without having 4 or 5, 3 good players. In France, they did have one of the best goalkeepers in the competition, 1 centre-back, which is one of the best centre-backs in the competition, 2 strong midfielders to fight for the ball. They have Griezmann, they have Pogba, they have
But to come back
Mbappé, which is the guy with the speed, the fire. So they deserve to be there.
Before we go to France, England, in terms of you said about the 3 centre-backs, etc. Now they got to this stage, Marco, and to go further, do you see anything, what do you expect from them in their continued evolution?
Yes, in the last year I've been to the World Cup under 17, World Cup under 20, and they were winning, I think, both. They were playing well, the level is good. The level in England, the Premier League, is very high, so every youngster has a big advantage. If he's able to play in the Premier League, he will learn a lot, so that's good for English football, I think. This is a young team. They play really football. Normally, the English style of playing is a bit different, and I think with the trainer who really wants to play from behind, it was I think, a success. It was good, but you know they still can improve because in the end they were all pretty young, so I think they will have a good future.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the last 4 after 28 years is a long. So is this also credits to the federation? I mean,
yeah, it's for the whole country because the youth is good. So they've done a lot, and they are also in a good position because the Premier League is very successful. They have a lot of money, so they can do a lot of things. But still, you need to create these players. These players, they bring themselves, and you have to help them. So it's a bit both. But I think they will have a good generation, a good possibility for the next, let's say, 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, talking with some smaller federations around the world, the importance of having a long-term project, which is of course what England is implementing. We've seen it from Germany, we've seen it from France, we've seen it from Belgium.
What also was notable, normally England is after a heavy season always a bit tired.
Yes.
They were fresh from the beginning, and that was also, I think, very positive, also good for the trainer.
Fantastic. Belgium.
I believe it was the most entertaining team in the competition. Out of 7 games, they won 6, and they made a really battle, the difficult game against France. They could have been in the final, and I believe from the previous World Cup in Brazil, they really come more experienced, with more confidence, and they were the most entertaining team in the competition, having Hazard, having De Bruyne in the middle, Lukaku as a real number 9. The team was very solid, very balanced, and I think they deserve to be in the 3rd position.
You gave some credits to the coach before because of his actions and the game strategy that he changed.
And then from Japan, we saw the way they play, and they were surprised by Japan's speed and so on. And then we were saying they would do something different for the Brazilian game, and they did, and they were very successful. Again, I want the coach to, if I'm not going right, don't be against me, because I heard this, somebody told me. Hazard was saying in an interview before the game against Brazil, that was a very important game, of course. He said the coach put us 45 minutes in a training. And I was excited. Does he will work in the game? Does he work? And then suddenly, in 10 minutes game, I said, it's going to work. So credit for the coach. He put Lukaku on the right, surprise everybody, De Bruyne in the middle, and Hazard in the left. But the most exciting thing, the coach can say yes or not, it doesn't, it's not so important anyhow. He said, please, when you lose the ball, do not come back, stay there. This for me is a key point. Nowadays, everybody come back behind the ball. If it's true or not, maybe it has to do, so it has to do with the coach. Credit for the coach. He did a good game against Brazil. They beat Brazil and they won the semi-final.
What is your view on these changes that the coach made during these matches from Japan to Brazil?
Yeah, I think a strong coach will do some good changes. But, you know, we have seen France. France played, I think, every game with the same players in the same way.
Especially the 3 defenders, he changed for 4 that game against Brazil, which works very well.
So, but it's always difficult to say what is wisdom, because I think that Belgium had a very good team, a lot of good players, and they were, I think, a little bit unlucky because Demenuet was also an important player of the team, and he couldn't play against France, so they had to change something anyhow. But yeah, I like normally more that a team is recognizable. So you can
recognize an identity.
Yeah. And that you can see it easily in the team of France, and Belgium was more every day another situation, and it was also sometimes that's strong. And sometimes maybe it was a little bit too much, but it was a pity because they had really a good team, good players. It was nice to see them because every game was a spectacle. And yeah, in the end, they were just not good enough to beat France. And
about the players, Marco, I mean, there's a very interesting fact that a lot of the Belgian players play in the English Premier League. Does this impact in a positive way, you know, the job of the coach of the national team?
I think that the Premier League is one of the best competition in the world with, I think, Spain, and it's a bit different also because it's more physical. But the good thing is that they had already a good, strong, long season behind them, and they were still fresh and good during they were really also keen to do well because it was one possibility for Belgium to win a World Cup. And
but the fact that they play together in the same league, does that bring an advantage? I mean, yes, you play the same league, so you have the same type of mentality, probably same rhythm. For the Brazilian players, maybe in the past as well, who could find them in the same competition, was that an advantage?
Yes, we won 1958, 62, long time ago. Anyhow, the team was made of 2 clubs in Brazil, Botafogo, Santos, and sometimes Vasco da Gama. It helps a lot. Like Ajax, like Spain, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, when they won the World Cup, have 8 players from one team. It does help a lot. There is no doubt about that. They know each other from the daily routine of training, of games, and this understanding it brings to the field of the national teams.
Fantastic. Well, let's go to Croatia. Croatia that had a fantastic journey as well. The Croatian players, many of them play in the big teams in Europe. Still, the expectations were a bit low before the tournament. How do we explain that? And were you surprised at the end of what they achieved, Mr. Pereiro?
In the level which they did it, it was a surprise. But when you look back to the players, the experience which they have, the setup which they play, coming from big teams, coming from the pressure, they did extremely well in the competition, especially the comeback. 3 times they were down, and they came back because of the experience, the toughness, the leadership, the quality of the players. It's a kind of team they never gave up. So it was very interesting, it was amazing, and it was a big accomplishment for them to reach the final in the way they did. So the word is, because they celebrate the football. The coach established a good way of playing. They have a good connection with the players, and I think everything was perfect to this team. They have players like Modric, Presinic, everybody. Good player, good goalkeeper, good balance. 2 players, one from Madrid, one from Barcelona. They play Inter. They have good experience. They are used to the top level. They did well, so they deserve to be in the final. and the world will really give them credit for what they have achieved in the World Cup.
It's a nice picture, but where's Modric?
Yes.
He was drinking something.
The trainer is talking. Where's Modric?
They're fully connected with the earpieces as well. I see you, knowing many Croatian colleagues, friends, there's a cultural impact in what you're saying. I mean, they have lived difficult moments as well in their life, and from '98 already we know, that was going. So how do you use that? This is a question that I'm throwing in. How do you use such cultural behavior as a coach?
I think it was important for them coming from before Yugoslavia, one country, and then they separate and divide anyhow. But the culture of football is that Yugoslavian, they were called themselves the Brazilian of Europe, because they love to have the ball. And the Croatian team is a very good example of this. They build, they're not just throwing the ball, they pass, they keep the ball, they go, they control the game, they impose their way. Even in the final against France, they were 4-2 down, but they were playing, they were there, trying. And I believe this cultural side has to be respected and adjusted and keep it.
Great.
Keep to identity. This is what makes the difference between countries, national teams, continents. Keep your identity. This for me is major, it's so important.
Fantastic. France, the champions. A lot to talk about of the French team, of course. This man made quite a journey with his young team. What can we say about DJ, who lifted the trophy as a player, and then 20 years later, he does it as a coach? Is there any relation between that?
Of course, I think that he is a very experienced football player, trainer. He have seen it all. And I think, and we have all different ways to work with a team, but I think at least he's making to me the impression that he keeps it simple. So keep it simple and things are much easier. And it looked to me quite simple, nothing special, nothing. But he had made some very important decisions before the World Cup, taking this player yes, this player not. So it was clear for everybody, and then you have to work and create a good team. And I think he did it well. That's logical.
Yes, fantastic. I mean, compliments. We will give more compliments later as well. Kanté.
He belongs to a special club now.
Oh, very special.
Very few will reach this
very special
level. Yes.
We talk about Kanté, who of course for the experts of football have been appreciated. But then you have Mbappé, Griezmann, Pogba, etc. The role of such player, and I think you had two of them.
Yes, Dunga and Mauro.
I mean,
two horses in the middle.
Please explain us the importance for the balance of the team.
Yeah, I think in Brazil is a big fighting with the press, with everybody who thinks understand football, because they are against number 5. And I'm so happy when I see all the teams in the world having a number 5 there. They cannot play without number 5. Why? He gives balance to the team. With this number 5, I remember in the World Cup 1994, all the teams play with 4-4-2, 2 strikers. And then we have to release our fullbacks. And then Mauro, I tell Mauro, look, we cannot be 2 against 2. We have to always have numerical superiority. And Mauro tells me, coach, don't worry, I will stay. And so you can release the 2 fullbacks. Because this player gives stability. Against Belgium, we miss Casemiro. And we miss him really in the team. Because he was the balance of the team. Once Bale, the player from Real Madrid, told one of his coaches, and he told me, Bale told me, Casemiro is the most important player in Real Madrid team. And then somebody watched him, why? Because he gave his balance to the team. Now we can go because we know we will be always covered. So this number 5, Kanté, does the job there. Mauro Silva, Dunga, did with Zagallo in 1998. All the Brazilian team, they rely strongly in this player. They help to make balance. They don't expose the 2 center-backs. So for us in Brazil, it's a key player. You cannot build a team without having a very good number 5. If he wants to play, Argentina, when they won the World Cup in 1978, nobody reminds Galego. He was there. Galego, Argiles, and Kempis. That's the perfect midfield player. One just to hold, Argiles just to build, and Kempis just to finish. This is the perfect midfield player, and they won the World Cup. So nobody thinks about Galego, but he was there. He was the top player from Menotti.
And we need to mention, of course, Didier himself as a player doing exactly that in a wonderful way. Alex, more questions?
Do we have any questions from the floor on this topic? Oh, yes.
Please stand up if you want to. Who was the one?
You have your hand?
Thank you.
Can you say your name as well?
Marco, in Holland you have a display at number 9 as we have in Brazil?
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Dion Gadet. I'm the national coach for the Bahamas. And just wanted to step back to an earlier discussion when we were talking about the set piece with England. And I'm curious to know if soccer needs to, or football needs to actually start cross-training, perhaps because the particular play that England demonstrated looked like something from basketball. And I noticed you spoke about handball and American football, but I was thinking this looked like a pick of sort from basketball. And should football begin to look at training or cross-training, looking at some of the methodologies of basketball and bring that into football for set pieces?
Marco, please.
I think that everything what helps, what makes more successful the team, will be used. So even if we have to train or to work or to think, or if we have to go to school, we will do it to be more successful. In the end, that's all about. We all want to win. We all want to be successful. And the way how, there are several ways to find out. And we are still every time, every year, every month, we are developing. And every time there's something which is new. In my time, nobody talked about sleeping well or eating well. This is already normal. So every time the football will develop, anyhow.
Did we have one more over there? No? I think we can move on.
On that side, we have one, yes.
Je suis Koné,
Yes, hello.
DTN de la Côte d'Ivoire.
My name is Koné, and I'm from Côte d'Ivoire.
Ma question s'adresse un peu aux sélectionneurs qui sont arrivés à ce niveau, les 4 derniers. Est-ce que pendant le tournoi, le championnat de la Coupe du Monde, il y a eu un déficit de communication entre eux et les joueurs et comment l'ont-ils résolu? Parce qu'il y a des équipes telles que le Japon, le Sénégal qui ont pris des buts à des moments clés. Je ne sais pas comment, s'il y a eu un déficit de communication et comment ils ont essayé de les résoudre.
So perhaps there was a bit of a lack of communication. How was that overcome?
I didn't understand the lack of communication between whom?
Coaches and players.
Coaches and players.
Oui, entre le coach et les joueurs. Quand je regarde le match du Japon, un but du Sénégal et plusieurs autres matchs perdus vraiment en fin de match. Est-ce qu'il y a un problème de déficit de communication et comment le résoudre?
All the weapons we do have right now, there's no reason for lack of communication between coaches and players. So many people involved, so many ways, so many tools. But I believe that direct communication is still very important between coach and players, with signals, shouting, moving. The coach must be interacting with the players all the game, not waiting people to talk to him and then he pass to the players. I believe it has to be done. It has to be in a good way.
But if the team will lose, there's always a lack of communication because there's always something what doesn't work well. But I think a lot of answers.
Yes, we have one more.
One more last.
Can you stand up, please? Thank you.
Buenos días, Rodrigo de Costa Rica.
Good morning, my name is Rodrigo. I'm
De
from
los
Costa Rica.
últimos finalistas del inicio hasta el final, si fueron consistentes con su formación, con su sistema de juego.
formations in their organizational play?
¿Cuál es la pregunta?
Si fueron consistentes, Francia, Croacia, Bélgica, si fueron consistentes en su sistema de juego, que si empezaron, que sea con 4 o con...
Durante el Mundial, ¿no?
Durante el Mundial.
Same formations for, I'm talking during the World Cup, yes.
About the teams, I think it was notable that France was playing mostly with the same players, and also Croatia. Belgium had already more different players. They had to change a few times. So sometimes that's good because you have a lot of possibilities to change also in a good way. And on the other hand, if you stay with the same players, they really get used to each other. And in the end, it's always, it can on both sides. So France, in this case, was good to get stable and always the same thing. And maybe 4 years ago, when Germany won the World Cup, they had maybe good substitute players. So,
but is consistency related to playing the same, let's say, tactics in terms of you play your 4-4-2, or is it the philosophy, how the players move with and without the ball?
Up and down, one game to different, up and down.
I mean, the consistency, where is the consistency?
There is no wisdom in football in that way, I think. We can talk about for days. There are much examples of showing with a lot of different tactics, a lot of different players, and we have also a lot of examples with just keep the same players. And when they win, they say, oh, that's the way. But if you do it the next time, they say, okay, they are now tired, maybe you have to substitute. Change. Because, and that in that case, I think it should be also very interesting to talk with Mr. Löw from Germany.
Maybe talk about teamwork as well.
Yeah, I think
working together, teamwork as well.
If I may, Mr. Löw, where are you?
There, somewhere there.
Some before.
Yes.
Because this is a great question to pose to the German coach.
Yes.
So, in terms of consistency, what did you do to maintain the proper spirit? So the question was the consistency of the last 4 teams, practically, who made it to the semi-final during the tournament. Germany winning 4 years ago, have shown consistency in the way of playing, the players, etc. But did you make any changes coming into this World Cup, and what does consistency mean for you?
Can I answer in German?
Please. Can you also stand up, please, so we can see you? Could you stand up, please?
Bei der Weltmeisterschaft in Brasilien haben wir schon auch überwiegend mit der gleichen Mannschaft, mit der gleichen Besetzung gespielt. Natürlich gab es die letzten 4 Jahre für uns schon auch eine enorme Entwicklung. Wir mussten uns ja auch immer weiterentwickeln, weil wir festgestellt haben, dass viele Mannschaften gegen uns immer mehr defensiv gespielt haben. Wir hatten jetzt, glaube ich, bei dieser Weltmeisterschaft 2018 noch 10 oder 11 Spieler, die bei der Weltmeisterschaft 2014 dabei waren, also einige Spieler, die jetzt schon ihre 3. Weltmeisterschaft gespielt haben. Und von daher waren wir bei dieser Weltmeisterschaft, denke ich, einfach auch, uns hat irgendwie nach dieser langen Zeit an der Spitze auch so die letzten Prozentpunkte gefehlt, was das Feuer, die Leidenschaft und diese Gier, unbedingt einen Titel gewinnen zu wollen, das hat uns gefehlt. Auf der anderen Seite mussten wir jetzt auch nach der WM unsere Spielweise ein bisschen wieder anpassen. Ja, wir hatten einen sehr, sehr offensiven Gedanken. Und wir sind dann auch im ersten Spiel gegen Mexiko in viele Konter gelaufen und von daher hatten wir einfach auch einige Spieler, die schon länger dabei waren, keine gute Form und wir haben praktisch einige Dinge falsch gemacht.
weren't in perfect shape, and we made some tactical mistakes as well. So now we have to think how we can integrate some new players over the next 2 to 4 years to get some fresh blood into the team, and to set new signs really for what we want to do. Yeah, I'd like to react in German as well.
I'm very glad and proud that you are standing up and explain the situation what you have lived, because it was not easy, and we are now only talking about with the ones who are winning and being the good ones and had compliments. But I think this is also much learning for all of us to understand not only the one who's winning, but also to understand the one who's losing. So thank you very much for your honest answer, and I think it's a very interesting thing that also, in this case, the one who has not won the World Cup give their ideas and their beliefs. Thank you very much.
Yeah, wonderful insight, and of course, in sport we lose more than that we win. So I mean, it's very important to learn from that as well.
They started with 32 games and only 1 win. So 31, they have all lost. They have all
exactly. Okay, now we're getting to your point, sir. The playmaker, the role of the playmaker, and we have Modric, who had a fantastic year here. So. Please, Mr. Pereiro, tell us about the role of the playmaker.
Sorry. Yes, he was calling the player as a genius. You need to have a genius. I believe every coach dreams to have genius in the team. As much as you have, much better you do. And nobody can face you, nobody can beat you. I'm very happy to have outstanding players in my team, especially in this area of the playmaker. Maybe in this World Cup we are missing much more playmaker than Modric. Didn't have so many, but I believe they are the soul and the heart of any team. They can make the team to play, they can impose the way, they can really accelerate, cool down, change, and make things happen, and create things. And up to the coach to build the players around the technical standard of his players. Having, as Guardiola had in Barcelona, Iniesta, Busquets, Xavi, you only can play one way with that kind of player. Ball possession, that player, it's a must. But it's not a must for everybody who doesn't have these players. I think the big role of a coach is to adjust his philosophy to the standard of the player. You need the player. But definitely, without a playmaker, without somebody to think the game, the team will not have long legs to be successful in top football. You need every team at least must have 1 or 2. And the team who reached the final, they did have.
As a striker, when you played, I mean, how important was the playmaker for you?
Yeah, if you have a player like this in your team, you always have the feeling that he will understand you, whatever you want that he does. And he is so he's giving the ball on the right time, on the right speed. That's something really what is interesting. This is a player, Modric, who reads the game. If you watch a game from Modric, my personal belief is that every time when he makes a decision, it's the right decision. When he turns back, when he stops the ball, when he gives a cross, he has it really in all his veins of his body to understand the game and to play the game in the way we all know that's how you have to play it. And you have players like...
yeah, we had some more pictures, I think, of some of the playmakers, but I think somebody ran with them. They like the pictures, so we don't have them anymore.
But he's a typical player. Iniesta, these guys, they are natural. They are really... And they are presenting themselves. You don't have to make them. These guys,
it's a natural process.
Yeah, these guys, they just are like this, and then in the way they understand the game, feel the game, physically they will also develop, and then they will do the things what we all like to do.
So now after your analysis...
Mark, we could not imagine a Croatian team without Modric during the competition. No way. So it was so important.
But you guys are making us worry a little bit, because the analysis is saying that the teams are lower, they defend better, there's less space. Are we still going to see the same type of playmakers in the future?
I think also in that case we all develop in a certain way. These players will always be there because intelligent, technical, skillful, wise players, they will always be on the field, no matter how and what kind of tactics you will play. They will find some solution, and that's what makes the football interesting and beautiful to watch.
Wonderful. I think that we can thank you both for this great insight and for your hard work, because we know there's a lot of work behind getting to these numbers.
Sure.
I would like to have a warm applause for them, please. So, Alex,
if you just like to remain just seated a little bit longer.
I can still sit here?
Because of all the interesting findings, which obviously brings up a lot of topics, discussion topics and debate. So now, I suppose the next question is, where do we find this information? Where do we go to get the report? So this is where we need to ask Branko Ajovic onto the stage, please, who will detail a little bit more on where we can find more about the findings.
Yeah, thank you.
Dear football family, for this technical report, I have to repeat the words from the beginning from our dear president. The first time ever we are going to have this technical report online, which means it's not going to be exclusive anymore. It's going to be available for the whole world, for all, not only 211 MAs, but for the all coaches who would like to use this data for the future development around the world. Technical report is going to be conducted from the several topics. First one is going to be football globalization, impact of the World Cup on the football globalization, and the different players from different countries around the world, how they have the big impact in this World Cup. Second one, as our technical experts discussed already, is going to be about the tournament observation, goal analysis, importance of set pieces, compact defending, importance of the playmaker, and role of the fullbacks. These all topics are going to be supported with video materials and data as well. But inside, we are going to have the feedbacks from our technical experts and how did they observe these details inside. Then we are going to have the section performance insights, which means we did a breakdown of all 32 teams. And regarding the, for example, in this case, final third entries, benchmark for this World Cup is a winning team, which means France. And you will always have the benchmark in every performance insight and to see clearly the difference between the teams who compete in the tournament regarding this every single other section, which is going to be inside from technical, tracking data, video materials as well, with hyperlinks that you could easily connect the provided data with the facts. We are going to have the team profile session, which means every single team that competed at the World Cup would have the breakdown in a kind that you will have all necessary and important data, what we think could help for the future development, but also could reflect on the performance of the team at the tournament. So here, for example, you have all games that the teams played on your left side, yeah. So here, for example, you will always have the hyperlinks that will take you to the match highlights. So let's just check and see how is it working in this case when we are talking about Team Brazil, and then you can go for the game against Belgium. Please.
Hello and welcome to Kazan for what is going to be some game in the World Cup here. Brazil against Belgium. Here comes the Brazil corner. Miranda got something on it. Oh, and then Thiago Silva, and somehow it bounces back off the woodwork. What a remarkable escape that was for Belgium. Flicked on the near post, and they have the lead. Basten company, and Brazil concede first. Company attacks the near post, and then the two Brazilians mess it up, and it's off Fernandinho, off his elbow and in. Here's Lukaku now, like a tank. He's done well. De Bruyne, 2-0! Belgium! What is going on here? Brazil in deep, deep trouble now. Taken quickly. Coutinho and Courtois again. I tell you what, this keeper's in the mood today, the Chelsea goalkeeper.
So here comes the substitution with Paulinho coming off to be replaced by the elegant midfield player René Augusto.
Fade in, and now they do get a goal. René Augusto, the substitute. He's only just come on, and he's given Brazil a lifeline. And a great save from Courtois to deny Neymar. They are knocked out. The favourites have gone. Belgium have pulled off one of the biggest, if not the biggest win in their history.
So we are going to have a lot of video materials to support the data and the teams with all matches from the World Cup. Then inside the team profile, you can see here that we did some research regarding the team compactness in and out possession. Then we calculate with external provider, of course, who give us the information regarding the team width, team length, deepest defender line height, so that every team from the World Cup would have the breakdown of the games they played. The overall analysis and these measurements were taken from the distances between in case of team length between the defender and the attacker. In case of the team defender line height or offside line, between the distance between the last defender and the goal line, so that you can clearly see the position on the pitch of the offside line during the World Cup, in comparing with all teams played, in all games that you played inside. Then the space that is covered in possession and out of possession. Again, we have to put some numbers inside, some measurements, so you would easily check your team against other teams or the teams that didn't participate in the World Cup. They could see what are the trends regarding the development. This group of fantastical technical experts, leading by Mr. Carlos Alberto Pereira, our dear Chief Officer Marco van Basten, Mr. Roxburgh Bilotinovic, and Mr. Amunike, they were in charge about the individual awards. Here you are going to have again the short video clips regarding the individual awards and decisions that were taken from there regarding the Golden Ball, Golden Boot, Golden Glove, FIFA Young Player, and FIFA Fair Play Award are going to be published as a part of the report. Match information. So for every single match at the World Cup, you could find the match data, match summary, and then we are going to provide you with the link to match highlights on FIFA YouTube channel. The most important information is that technical study group report is going to be published on 16th of October due to TV rights that we have the release period, and then we are allowed to publish this one because we have so many video materials inside, and the report is going to be launched on 16th of October. Any questions? No.
Thank you, Branko. Okay, that's that for part one. It's time to take a quick break. 30 minutes, if I could please ask everyone to be back in the hall for 11:45, that would be great. But before we go, another huge round of applause for the discussion, which was a great discussion. See you all in part two, where we all pay tribute to the world champion.
intense ultimate game, the final of the 21st Football World Cup.
Les Bleus mènent 2-1. Pogba for France and possibly now the world. Ça fait 3 buts d'avance pour les Bleus. C'est fait, les Bleus sont champions du monde. Les Bleus sont champions du monde pour la deuxième fois dans l'histoire du football français.
Wow, some really special memories just in that video. And I know we're going to hear some fascinating insights now, just to go through that journey again, how that process come together and how France did go on to become world champions. This interview is going to be conducted by FIFA's Chief Communication Officer, Pereiro, who will come onto stage now. But please, everyone, be standing on your feet and a warm round of applause for the world champion himself, Mr. Didier Deschamps.
Bonjour Didier.
Bonjour. Good morning, Didier. Good morning to you all. And thank you very much for being here for this very special moment. Yes, it is. It is exciting. Very exciting also, yes. Yes, almost as exciting as the World Cup itself. I think that would be quite hard to achieve, to be honest, but still it's a great pleasure to be here. It's a challenge, I suppose. Okay, we've been talking about the game for the whole morning, about the World Cup. Before talking about the French team, what's your vision, what's your feeling, with a little bit of retrospect and looking in retrospect, what's your feeling about the World Cup in Russia in general? Well, it's always difficult to carry out one single analysis of play for the whole World Cup because there are many good teams there. The couple of things that I would retain would be the following. I'd like to congratulate all managers and all backroom staff for this World Cup because all teams were extremely well prepared athletically in terms of fitness levels.
La grande majorité, pour pas dire la totalité des équipes, n'ont pas, j'ai entendu avant qu'on parlait d'équipes défensives, c'est surtout des équipes qui avaient une très très bonne organisation défensive, ce qui a évidemment comme conséquence d'avoir eu des matchs très difficiles, très serrés, notamment dans les matchs de qualification. Les autres Coupes du Monde, il y avait toujours la possibilité pour les plus grandes nations de monter en puissance, de progresser. Là, c'était moins le cas. Il fallait être tout de suite prêt dès les premiers matchs de qualification. Et la deuxième chose, c'est aussi la partie physique, avec cette capacité qu'ont les joueurs aujourd'hui à répéter les efforts à haute intensité de plus en plus. Alors certes, c'est pas ça qui fait gagner les matchs, ça sera toujours la créativité et le talent individuel, mais aujourd'hui être footballeur de haut niveau, footballeur international, jouant une Coupe du Monde, les footballeurs sont vraiment de vrais athlètes et je le répète, ont cette capacité de plus en plus à répéter les efforts, ce qui nous a amené à avoir des matchs à haute intensité avec beaucoup de rythme, beaucoup de duels, dans beaucoup moins d'espace. Et avec des joueurs qui doivent avoir plus vite, qui doivent avoir encore plus de justesse technique. Donc c'était ce que je retiens en global sur cette Coupe du Monde.
Justement, tu as été joueur. Alberto Pereiro a rappelé que tu fais partie du club très fermé des gens qui ont remporté la Coupe du Monde comme joueur et comme sélectionneur. Très honnêtement, quelle est la différence, selon toi, entre les joueurs, les profils de joueurs de
players, high-level profile players today, and players like you, players from your generation.
Les profils, ils peuvent changer. On parle de... moi, j'étais joueur, c'était il y a pratiquement 20 ans. C'est pas les mêmes personnalités, les mêmes caractères, les mêmes centres d'intérêt, mais ça reste des joueurs de très haut niveau, avec la nouvelle génération. Et moi, j'avais une équipe très jeune à la Coupe du Monde, mais qui a aussi beaucoup de qualités, cette jeune génération, avec beaucoup d'insouciance, beaucoup de générosité, d'enthousiasme. Après, le rôle de tout sélectionneur, entraîneur, évidemment, c'est de créer un groupe, parce qu'on est censé être ensemble H24 pendant de longues semaines. Nous, on y est resté 55 jours. Donc évidemment, au-delà de la qualité footballistique, il y a aussi le côté humain, et avec des joueurs qui ont plus ou moins la capacité à vivre ensemble et à se retrouver unis pour un objectif commun. Évidemment, il y a des objectifs individuels, mais avant tout, le plus important, c'est toujours l'équipe, le collectif. Et donc, la première décision très importante que j'ai eu à prendre, évidemment, c'est de faire cette liste. Is to produce your list of 23 players. All managers have to do it. And I can be very honest when I say this, to produce a list of 23 for a competition like this, when we're talking about World Cup, when we're talking about the Euros, it's not necessarily taking the 23 best players. It's about building the best possible group which will take you as far as possible. Because there are these human factors also that I mentioned. Those are also very, very important when you're spending that amount of time together every single day for long weeks.
Justement, ça a été aussi évoqué par
Marco van Basten brought this up also, this decision-making, key decisions that you had to make when putting together this list of 23. You had experience from 2014 for the World Cup, then you had the Euros 2016. What did you do differently? Thinking about the construction of that team and that list. Or were there any differences in your approach? Well, there are many similarities.
On ne peut pas faire toujours un copier-coller parce que la dernière compétition qu'on a jouée, c'était l'Euro 2016 en France, mais c'était il y a 2 ans. Et en 2 ans, au niveau, ça ne peut pas paraître dans la vie de tous les jours. 2 ans, c'est pas énorme. Mais en football, c'est beaucoup déjà parce que j'avais des joueurs aussi qui étaient présents à l'Euro, qui avaient 30 ans et plus. Donc il faut toujours penser à renouveler, comme l'a dit Joachim Löw ce matin. C'est vrai que les joueurs qui ont de l'expérience, c'est très important dans une grande compétition. Après, il faut un juste milieu, mais c'est toujours difficile de cerner ça entre l'expérience et une forme d'usure. Mais les joueurs, ils sont toujours là, ils ont toujours le niveau. Et à un moment, malheureusement, c'est souvent quand on n'arrive pas à atteindre les objectifs, on se dit, peut-être qu'il aurait fallu changer. C'est toujours les résultats qui donnent raison ou tort. Mais c'est des choix
the results show you whether you were right or wrong, I suppose, but you have to make very difficult decisions because they're human decisions. When you select people, you're eliminating others, and I don't enjoy doing that. I take no pleasure in that. I know that I don't please everyone in making the decisions, but I'm thinking about the good of the French team, and I'm always thinking about the team, the collective. In terms of differences, well, 2014 in Brazil, the great difference there, from our point of view,
de partir dès le départ, dès le début de la préparation. On a commencé le 24 mai avec que le groupe
we began that with only the group of 23. And there was only one person who was involved in the Champions League, which was Varane. And in 2014, I chose to include the reserve players. There were 7 of them, so that we could prepare just in case there were injuries that could occur before the competition.
Là, j'ai préféré prendre l'option de partir directement pour travailler un peu plus sur le qualitatif.
More on the qualitative side of things.
C'est une décision importante aussi. La préparation, elle est longue. C'est le seul moment où les sélectionneurs ont un peu plus de temps avec les joueurs, mais ça passe très rapidement. Évidemment, après, tout dépend le premier jour. Chaque sélectionneur anticipe et programme sa préparation par rapport au temps qu'il a, les adversaires qu'il a, le nombre de matchs amicaux aussi. C'est vrai que c'est un gros travail que j'ai eu avec mon staff pour faire en sorte de planifier le plus précisément la préparation, en sachant que, évidemment, chaque joueur qui arrive n'est pas dans le même état de forme. Ils sont tous plus ou moins fatigués parce qu'ils ont une saison éprouvante, mais dans les 23 sélectionnés, il y en a certains qui ont joué beaucoup, qui font un peu trop, mais il y en a qui ont joué moins, donc la première semaine, il y a un travail un peu plus spécifique, pas individualisé, mais par groupe, pour permettre après, dans un deuxième temps, de travailler plus spécifiquement. Mais la première semaine, il y en a certains, il y avait un groupe qui était plus dans un travail de régénération, il y en a plus qui ont travaillé sur l'intensité, sur le volume, pour faire en sorte, l'objectif pour moi et mon staff, c'était que l'ensemble des 23 soit prêt pour le premier match de la compétition.
Par rapport à la finale de l'Euro 2016,
5
joueurs de ton équipe, de ton 11 au départ, ont été changés, ce qui a donné l'impression que c'était très renouvelé.
The World Cup. So
juste,
the impression was that it was very much a new team. Is that fair, or is that perhaps a little
c'est trompeur. C'est vrai qu'il faut quand même inclure dans ces 5 joueurs le fait qu'il y avait 2 joueurs blessés. Il y en a un qui était blessé pour le championnat d'Europe, c'était Raphaël Varane. Et là, j'ai perdu Laurent Koscielny aussi juste avant la Coupe du Monde. Sinon, ça ne serait pas tout à fait le même nombre. Mais comme je l'ai dit, à l'Euro, j'avais aussi des joueurs qui étaient trentenaires et un peu plus même. Donc forcément, il faut régénérer. Je suis parti avec un groupe de joueurs qui étaient relativement jeunes, puisque 14 d'entre eux sur les 23 ne savaient pas ce qu'était une grande compétition, que ce soit un championnat d'Europe ou une Coupe du Monde. Mais après, quand on regarde l'équipe qui a joué la finale, sur les 11, il y en avait 8 qui étaient au moins présents au championnat d'Europe dans le groupe, ou encore 4 ans avant en Coupe du Monde. Les 3 joueurs qui ont vraiment découvert la grande compétition et qui étaient titulaires, c'est les 2 arrière-latéraux, Benjamin Pavard, Lucas Hernandez et Kylian Mbappé. Ça fait peut-être peu, peut-être beaucoup, mais il faut un juste équilibre entre la jeunesse qui amène beaucoup de fraîcheur, d'enthousiasme, mais le haut niveau, c'est aussi de l'expérience. Heureusement, des joueurs cadres qui avaient déjà vécu la Coupe du Monde en 2014 ou à l'Euro 2016.
The World Cup in 2014 or who'd been at the Euros in 2016. You talked about your fullbacks.
De nouveautés pour frapper les esprits avant le tournoi. Tu as décidé de les titulariser.
And perhaps they hit the news when they were included. But perhaps you might explain why you made that decision. Sometimes it was interpreted as being extremely risky at the time by some. Well, 2 simple reasons.
Et 2 parce qu'ils étaient meilleurs que les 2 autres. C'est le football. Après, ces 2 joueurs qui ont un profil peut-être différent, certainement, par rapport à ce qu'on attend du rôle d'un arrière latéral aujourd'hui. Je dirais malheureusement, il est souvent jugé ou on analyse son match beaucoup trop par rapport à l'apport offensif qu'il peut avoir pour son équipe. Mais dans la construction d'une équipe, un arrière latéral, c'est avant tout un défenseur. Et sur ces 2 joueurs, Benjamin Pavard et Lucas Hernandez, ils ont la spécificité d'être formés comme défenseurs centrales. Ils jouent, ils peuvent jouer arrière latéraux, ils ont joué avec la sélection espoir française. Ils ont cette qualité d'être très bons dans le jeu défensif, dans les duels, que ce soit au sol, aérien. En plus, ils ont la capacité
and they
athlétique
also
parce qu'ils
have
ont
the fitness
du volume.
levels required, that
On l'a vu
athletic
durant
ability.
la compétition où ils ont été
During the competition,
décisifs
we saw
les
that they were
deux,
absolutely
mais ils
decisive,
nous ont
both of them.
permis
But they
d'être
allowed
plus
us
solides
to be
défensivement
more solid
et de
defensively,
permettre à notre charnière centrale
and also
d'être
allowed
encore
our
plus
central
forte.
defense to be even stronger. They made everything,
Est-ce
the
que ça veut
defense
dire, c'est une
stronger.
question, est-ce que ça veut dire
Okay,
qu'un
question. Does
latéral,
that
qu'un arrière
mean
latéral qui est
that
défenseur
a
central de
full
formation
back, who is a central defender
plus
in
rassurant
training,
pour
is
un
more
entraîneur?
reassuring? Is that more
Il est
reassuring for a
plus
manager?
rassurant pour l'équipe
More
parce
reassuring
qu'il
for
a
the
des
team, I'd say,
attitudes,
because the
sur l'aspect défensif.
attitudes
Parce
to
qu'en jouant dans l'axe, tu sais ce
defensive play
que
are
dans
different
le
because
défenseur
you
central
know
par
what's
rapport au fait
expected
qu'il est sur le
of
côté.
Donc,
Donc il sent
you know
bien
what's expected of that central
les
defense,
gestes
and
défensifs,
they
bon dans
are
le duel,
defensive,
les
they're good in
fermetures,
duels,
comme on en appelle pour les latéraux, quand le ballon est du côté opposé, ils savent faire.
they know how to
Dans
do
la
that.
transmission du ballon, ils
When
savent être à
the
distance
ball is passed,
pour
they
pouvoir
know
intervenir et
where
laisser
to
moins de
be
liberté
and
aux
when.
joueurs
They know how
offensifs
to give the offensive
qu'il a en
players
face.
less space and
Donc
less
oui,
freedom. So yes,
ça solidifie
absolutely, that
la ligne
allows
défensive parce
for
que
a
les
more
latéraux
solid
ils font
defensive
partie
line because they are
de la ligne de
part
4
of
ou des
that
fois
line of
lorsqu'il y a
4.
des équipes qui jouent avec 3
Potentially there are players that have
défenseurs
3
centraux, ça
perhaps,
peut être
or 3 central
à
defenders, it
5
could be
aussi,
5
mais c'est quelque
overall.
chose qui amène
it's
beaucoup dans
something
la solidité défensive
that, like I say,
sans
leads
pour
to
autant
great solidity
leur
in
empêcher
defense without
d'aller.
preventing
Ils
them,
ont cette
however, from
liberté-là de
having the
pouvoir amener
freedom to
un surnombre sur le plan offensif. Mais moi, je considère, je ne dis pas que j'ai raison,
I'm not
il y
saying
a
that I'm
peut-être
right
d'autres façons de
in
voir
saying this, and there might be
le
other
rôle
ways of looking at the
d'un
role
arrière
of the
latéral,
fullback.
mais un arrière
But
latéral,
I
pour
think
moi,
a
avant tout, c'est un défenseur.
is
Et quand il est bon
mainly a
défensivement,
defender, and when
c'est quelque chose
he is
d'important.
good
Ce qui
defensively,
n'empêche pas
that is
qu'il puisse
absolutely key.
avoir,
Of course, like
comme
I
je
say, it
l'ai dit,
doesn't stop
un
them
apport
or prevent
offensif
them from having
important
an attacking role
toute l'animation
also, which
offensive.
can be a key part
On va
of
voir une
building
illustration avec
offensive play. So we're going to
courte
see
vidéo,
an illustration with a quick video of some of
le but
this.
de Benjamin Pavard face à
Benjamin
l'Argentine en
Pavard's
huitième de
goal,
finale.
which will illustrate what
Je
we've
propose
talked
qu'on regarde la
about
vidéo
against
que tu nous expliques
Argentina. So let's
après
have a look, and then perhaps
le rôle de
afterwards you
l'arrière
could
latéral de la
explain
phase
the role
défensive.
of the fullback from a defensive and offensive point of view.
Tu peux commenter en live. Hein.
But you can comment as it's playing. No, I'll wait till the end, I think.
Ouais, c'est une action qui illustre bien l'animation offensive. Bon, là, ça part d'un ballon qui est de notre gardien, Hugo Lloris, avec la participation des deux latéraux. Je ne vais pas dire qu'on a travaillé ça régulièrement parce que c'est pas rationnel. Tout entraîneur, tout sélectionneur, on a une idée commune, c'est que l'équipe soit toujours équilibrée, que ce soit quand elle est en phase défensive pour passer en phase offensive et encore plus quand elle est en phase offensive pour passer en phase défensive. C'est là où le football tout n'est pas rationnel.
Football, not everything can be rational.
There
is an irrational side to football.
It's
not logical necessarily that the left back would cross for the right back, who would then pick it up, and that's not necessarily logical, but that's the situation that occurred, and it's a time, as a part in the game when we were behind, part of the 9 minutes when we were behind with Argentina, against Argentina, and so there's some freedom in terms of the players having initiative, freedom of initiative. And all managers, like I say, plan and try to have tactics for the team, with the ball, without the ball, but at a point, there comes a point when it's just the players, and the players can decide. We don't have a joystick to manage them in some way. They take their own initiative, and then going beyond their own roles in some way. Well, they're defenders, but when they have the ball, they're there also to be creative, even if that's a little excessive, perhaps. We've seen it before. A left back crossing for a right back, we might have seen it, but at a stage of the play like this where it's coming from our keeper and the rival team is generally well positioned in this situation.
des passes rapides, d'arriver à une situation de centre sur le côté gauche qui finit sur le côté droit.
And you can end up with the fullback, like I say, crossing to the right-hand side. So that's it's a beautiful construction of play, I think, because practically all players are involved in it. With this positioning, as we can see, that's being higher up, which is what I also asked them to do. So we had that width. And then Matuidi is also important, that line there, the quality of the cross, and then there you go.
Benjamin Pavard,
there you go, Benjamin Pavard. He doesn't often score goals, but he'll always remember that one, I tell you. And he just kicks the ball well, and it's a moment of great success. But that's the irrational side of football, like I say. At one point, there comes a point where you can't just predict everything. There's obviously the logic, and you talk about set plays, you plan all of this, but you look at what rivals do. Yes, you can study everything. Everyone knows everything about their opponent, that's true. But then there comes a point, like I say, where players take initiative. And when they take initiative, this kind of thing sometimes happens. It can unblock a game, and you end up with a beautiful goal, like this one against Argentina. You talked about balance and the importance of having this balance from your point of view. So first question would be, how would you define how you balance the team? How do you manage that as the head of your team? And then are there influences, I don't know, from that linking back to your career or managers that you've perhaps worked with or worked under? Yes. There's something that comes back to me quite often, and the managers often talk about balance. It's balance when you're thinking about offensive play, that can be hard to find, and get back to defensive play, and then there's defensive play where you want to get back into offensive. So how do we leave less space to allow for less initiative?
On peut dire qu'une équipe, oui, elle a pris ou elle a un jeu basé plus sur l'aspect défensif.
We've talked about teams who play defensively much more. I like having a team where then you can attack your rival, but if the rival is better, there's two things you can do in football, really. Your team has the ball, or your team doesn't have the ball, basically. And at a high level, you need to be effective, you need to be efficient in either situation or in both situations with your organisation, your rigour, your defensive solidity. And then you need to be also the most dangerous and the most effective.
Non pas que je veuille pas entendre parler de philosophie.
I don't want to start talking about philosophy or anything. That's a big word. But yes, influences, yes, certainly I've been influenced. But my starting principle, and it's certainly not the case for everyone, I don't think. But I said basically, this is how we're going to play, and players, you're going to play as I say. So based on the players I have, I try to put them in the best possible position, and then to use the systems and to use the players in the best possible way, in the best possible position, so that the team will perform as well as possible. And there are certain truths in football. We've talked about penalty area and how many people are in the penalty area at the moment. So you need to be, yes, you need to be defensive, you need to be solid in defense, and then you need to have quick attacks, like we've said. There were many this kind. There was very good defensive organisation, and then on ball recovery you needed to be able to have that projection very quickly, and I had the players to be able to do that. That's what I was referring to. So we had sometimes players playing a little bit too low. I would consider them being too low, but they liked that. They felt strong in that position, and then they were able to then, when they recovered the ball, to project very, very quickly. And so for that you need good quality passes, good quality movement, and you need speed. And I had the privilege of basically having all of that in my team. You also had a player that some people say is a little like you when you were a player, perhaps. So Kante, N'Golo Kante. What was his role from your point of view in terms of this balance, this defensive-offensive balance that you're talking about? We talked about this morning, I think. Carlos Pereiro talked about it. Talked about South America and this number 5, and this in Europe, central defender is number 5. But anyway, it's this midfielder which we qualify as defensive. He's in the centre, but it's not necessarily defensive, but he's basically protecting that central area, providing compensation in certain situations, but can be the first point of the launch of the build-up of an offensive play. And so N'Golo Kante, I think, had a key role, both in terms of protecting, and he's very good from that point of view. He's very good at reading trajectories to try and stop passes, prevent decisive passes for the rival, and also from our point of view, very good at using the ball so that he can launch the offensive play. It's not a role that is often given the value that it should be given, I think. I mean, that's football. Players who are creative, players who are attacking, they obviously, for obvious reasons, they're more decisive in a way, but all managers, all coaches will often think first of this player specifically when putting together a team, because he is that key, because he is at the heart of the play, and he is the link between the defensive and offensive play. So you're talking about Kanté? Yes.
No.
You're not talking about yourself, Didier Deschamps? No, that was too long ago. No, certainly not. I'm just reminding the younger people amongst us. Another player who had a key role is a forward who didn't score any goals, which is Olivier Giroud. Hazard said that he was actually the best player, the best pivot, the best support player in the world. Is that how you see Olivier Giroud? Or is his role much wider than that, including in defensive stages also, I mean, as part of your team? Olivier has a different profile. When you play with a central forward, he can have different profiles. So he's more of a pivot forward. You shouldn't expect from him that he's going to take the ball and get past 2-3 opponents. That's not what he's there for. And often we realise how useful he is when he's not on the field. So it's true that he didn't have the opportunity to score, he wasn't able to score, but he was absolutely decisive on the last passes, on the penultimate passes, he supported the defence, and he is extremely useful if you think about the players around him or behind him. He's really very complementary, he provides that complementarity, very interesting complementarity when you think of defensive play, for example. So he has this quality in his play in the air, also he's an offensive pivot, also he's very useful in defensive stages and defensive play also. And if you think of the team overall and the collective, he is someone who's extremely generous, extreme generosity, and he is often the first defender in a sense. He makes a huge amount of effort. Some obviously make more or less effort, but he's someone who is absolutely key. And he was key to the organisation of the team and to our play in general. Forwards like to score goals, obviously, it's normal. And not being able to, when you don't score, there's this pressure. So psychologically, how did you manage that? In this World Cup, for example, to avoid losing him, in inverted commas, from that point of view? Is it a specific approach? No, but he is someone who's used to playing at this level. He's played with us with the French team, he played in 2014. He wasn't always in the starting 11. 2016 he was there, he was. But if we're talking about this World Cup, and people focus very much on the World Cup and him not having scored, but he is the 4th top scorer in French football, history of French football, 33 goals. One was in the last game against Holland that we played, and he's very effective from that point of view, and those who are around him really benefit from his work and his presence to have greater freedom. And obviously the support that we provide to all players, but the best evidence, I think, proof I can give you, or best reflection on discussions with him is that from the first game where he didn't play, from then on he was in the starting 11. So I think that's the best possible evidence of my trust. The best evidence, the best proof of trust from a manager is that you have a player there in the starting 11. But of course you can discuss things, you can provide support. There's obviously all the media pressure that comes from outside the camp, and the players can be very sensitive to that. But you need to be a competitor, and when you're a competitor, you need to be prepared to face this kind of situation. He is confident, he feels confident in himself, the players feel confident, and so that's something that they feel internally. Of course, there's a desire to score. Of course, a forward, a striker always wants to. It's in your DNA. If you're a striker, you want to score goals. So there's an element of frustration, of course. But what he's heard from me, from his teammates, from the staff, from everyone really praised everything he did for the team, and we said that he allowed the French team to win games. This morning, we also talked about set play, these dead ball situations. France scored a number of goals in this way, and I think we'll have a look at a video to illustrate this, and then perhaps we could have a chat about it afterwards.
Contre l'Uruguay en quart de finale.
Against Uruguay, quarterfinals.
La Belgique en demi-finale.
Belgium, semis.
Donc d'aucuns diront que c'est une spécialité française en Coupe du Monde.
So you might say it was a French specialism. We think about 1998 and the final there. Is this something you worked upon? Yes, yeah, we spent time on this, obviously. It's not something we did every day necessarily, but there were periods of time where we worked specifically on positioning, defensive positioning. There were different options. We knew that there were teams that defend man-to-man, and we know that teams defend zonally. We know some people put players on posts, or 2 posts. There are different approaches. And so we did work on this, and we also worked on it from an offensive point of view. Though it's worth saying that it's something that's always, I've always thought about this kind of work, and Van Basten brought this up. Years ago, those of us who were players, they were parts of the play that we worked on less, perhaps not at all. Some people might laugh, my assistant coach might laugh at this, but when I was a player, I was a world champion, I was Euro champion, and we never worked on set play. We had never worked on set play. So this is something that people work on much more today. Really to have the right position. Even if players obviously might switch around or might move around, but beyond the work that you can do in training, it's worth saying there'll never be that intensity. In training there can never be that intensity, whether we're talking about players defending or players attacking. So it's more about having points of reference, different options. You can't. We must think about whether you pass or whether it's a direct kick, that kind of thing. So there's all sorts of different aspects. So you could work on this as and as. You could work on free kicks for as and as. But if you don't have someone who's good at taking free kicks, then that's an issue. And then also you need players who are good in aerial play, offensive aerial play. If you don't have those 2 things, then you won't have any goals. Griezmann is very strong from this point of view on set plays, and we have good also aerial players offensively. And then between them, well, then there are certain positionings. It's a little bit, it comes down a little bit to how they feel, and it depends on the opponents also. Obviously, opponents look at how we play. If you have Varane who always goes to the first post, well then your rival team obviously knows that that's the case, they're going to adapt. And then also in terms of our opponent, you saw the image there of Belgium, and they have 2 in zone, and then they have man-to-man marking the rest, and we saw with Uruguay that chose to have their 3 best defenders involved in the central area. So if you saw Antoine or Raphaël Varane's deliveries, well, we didn't always necessarily find the best solution. You had to go in front and you had to cut through, or you need to go back and then have to pass in. So there was an element of initiative, obviously, for the players. Something that comes across here is that where the ball goes, it's worth saying that the whole zone of the whole area, penalty area, is occupied. So there's the post, there's the central area, there's the first post, second post, there's someone close to the keeper in case there's a ball that comes back. So there is some obviously work involved there and repetition involved there. It's not necessarily hours and hours and hours and hours, but it's something that we did do at specific points in our preparation where we felt that it was necessary to work on it. We did. As a reminder, in set play, thinking about the defensive stages. Belgium are very strong from that point of view, and we took that into account, of course, and we adapted to that, and we worked hard to adapt to the way that they play, to stop them being effective or efficient in those particular stages of play. You talk about adaptation, so a key word, yes. Well, from the knockout stages and up until the end, from the last 16, we had the impression that you and your staff prepared specifically for each game, depending on the opponent that you were playing. Is that true? And if that is the case, how? Give us a few secrets. Yes, it's true, I think, for all teams, though, for all managers. But you're not necessarily, are you a manager who thinks that you just play how you play? You said before about them playing in the way that you said, that you've got a system. Well, there's a strategy, obviously, when you play any opponent. You need to make sure that you're dangerous and that you create difficulties for your rival when they have the ball and be as effective as possible. And then you need to know what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, and then you need to choose options and choose strategies that will be appropriate. And of course, we prepare, of course, if we think about last 16 against Argentina, we have someone like Lionel Messi in the team who's capable of really making the difference individually at any point. Of course, we have to take precautions from that point of view, and we don't want to completely annihilate him in inverted commas, but we want to make sure that he has less influence than he would do normally. And we study, obviously, in the same way that all managers do. So what are the preferential circuits taken, the routes taken, what are the options generally chosen? You look back at Argentina, there was Messi, but there was also Mascherano as a player who systematically supplied balls. We needed to break that link between the two players, and that's work that I think that's efforts that's made by any manager, any technical staff. You want to give players the maximum amount of information possible, and then you use specific options or strategies depending on your rival's strengths. What's the potential influence of players in a game like this? So when you're going to play something like this, you've got Messi that you're playing against. Is this something you discuss with all players because they're obviously involved, or do you try not to talk about it too much so they don't get stressed out, or what do you do? Yes, of course, there's lots of exchanges. I'm that kind of manager. Yes, I make decisions, but before I make a decision, I talk to the players. Of course, I'm not going to force a player to do something or convince him he shouldn't do it if he doesn't really feel it. In this World Cup, I did something that's perhaps not very pedagogical in nature. I recognise this. I have 23 players, 23 are involved, but with my staff, the night before the match, we tended to have a meeting, a slightly private meeting with the 11 players who were going to be starting the following day, so that we could have plenty of exchanges on different situations, because there's so many different offensive and defensive situations that can come up in football. And so it's not very pedagogical, perhaps, even obviously on the day, everyone knew what they needed to do. But so that the starting 11, in these meetings, it was a little bit more focused, I suppose, a little less craziness, a little bit more structured. And I think those were very interesting sessions, and they had very interesting questions for me, discussions amongst themselves, also questions on the rival players, positioning, for example. relation between one and another, and it was something that I appreciated. I felt that it was important, I felt it was enriching. That's not how we won the games necessarily, but, and we certainly weren't going to win them in those meetings, but it was useful because we had responses to things that would occur, that would come up on the field. It's important that link manager-player. Without the players, we're nothing, of course. And so the field is theirs, and if they do something at a specific time, because that's what they've decided to do, obviously with some guidance, etc., well, we can do all sorts of things, of preparation, discussion, etc. But I know how important it is, and I had this opportunity when I was a player to have exchanges. Of course, then there comes a point when the manager has all the information, he makes the decision, and the players have to adapt. That is the case. But it is a key quality, I think, for managers to be able to adapt to players. I don't think we can impose on them or convince them to do something if they don't feel that that's the right thing to do, and teammates also, their teammates on board. So as a manager, you had these discussions before a game, and perhaps a player might provide information that you didn't have. Perhaps not information. It was really about questions being asked. So before actually facing a situation, you could ask about the possible situation. So in this situation, should we do this? Should we do that? And then you have a response there. He knows the response, his teammates know the response, so then that avoids any question marks later. And if you're in that situation in the game, you've already had a discussion about it, you know what to do. Of course, that's in principle. When you're on a large screen, when things are on paper, everything seems easier. Obviously, the space are different. Obviously, when you're on the field, things are slightly different, and it can feel quite different. So we know that all managers trying to prepare their players, to try to give them as much information as possible, and to prepare them for every possible situation. But of course, your rival might take the initiative to do something different. Lionel Messi, if you think about his positioning, yes, we anticipated, we knew what the preferential zones were, you expect him on the right, and then we found him in the middle. And so, of course, that changes things, it changes how you react, and you can't plan that in advance. We thought about, you might talk about all different possibilities, but basically you provide as much information as possible. That's what we tried to do, but also while recognizing the fact that when you get to the stadium and when you see the lineups, even you can think about half-time, you can think about rectifying certain approaches. With Belgium, Hazard is an excellent player, extremely influential. In the first half, we perhaps didn't deal with it very well, gave him a lot of chance to take initiative, and we tried to correct that in the second half so that he was less influential in Belgium's game. What did you not like there? Was too much space? What was it? Too much length? Well, it was all very well coordinated. You know, Eden Hazard, he is someone, no offense, who likes to have the ball at his feet. And if he has the ball, he's in possession. If you give him a couple of meters, then it's practically impossible for defenders to defend against him. So that was the case, a little bit too much, at least in the first half. In the second half, I think, with Pavard, we managed to reduce that distance that he was able to play before he had possession, and that was the aim, to give him less time. He's an excellent player, very, very special in terms of creativity and his skills, but if you don't have speed, it's much harder. The final then against Croatia, what was the main strength that you saw in the Croatian team that you would pick up on, that you wanted to eliminate, I suppose? Well, there were many. This Croatian team performed extremely well, was supported very much by the heart of the play. There were two players who were excellent, Modric, Rakitic. Not only in terms of creativity, but they were very intelligent players who would come out of their positions in the midfield to cut off the trajectories and passes, to avoid opponents being able to complete passes, especially inside. And there was a very good relationship with Mandzukic. And he received the balls very easily. He could then send them out to the wing players. And so this was something we'd seen in previous games, and we were obviously aware of what was going to happen. And so we wanted to make sure that we had the provisions in place to have less danger where possible. To defend and not have goals scored against you is one thing, though, but to win a game you have to score goals, clearly. And so when we had the ball, well, it's worth saying that Croatia had the ball more than us, and that wasn't on purpose. It wasn't like we'll let you have the ball. No, that was the situation at a specific point, and that it's worth saying here, to go back to your initial question. It's always the same debate. Is it about possession? Is it better to have possession? Is it better to have less possession? Is that not the most important thing? And we know that wasn't necessarily linked to efficiency or effectiveness. We know that possession is great if you score, but then there were teams also who had very little possession. That was the case for us, or less possession. And it didn't mean that we couldn't be dangerous. It didn't mean that we couldn't have less chances, and that we couldn't be more effective. In terms of the preparation, the work that you do with your staff, what's the role of your staff, of that backroom staff? What do you expect of them? What do you ask from them? How do you work and interact with them? I need them. I need them. They are there to support me all the time, and they are technical staff. Yes, but then there are all sorts of different roles there. I took the option to have a more reduced staff. I have 20 people. I have 20 people with me. It might seem a lot, it might seem a little, I'm not sure, depending on what you're comparing to, but that was my personal choice. I prefer to have quality, and I have it, rather than quantity. Obviously, it doesn't mean you can't have both, but each person has a role, they have responsibility, and in terms of the players, I demand a lot of the players, I expect a lot from the players, and the staff, beyond the everyday support that they provide to me, they are also an example. They need to set an example in terms of solidarity, unity, and what we expect of the players. So each member of my staff needs to set an example from that point of view, and I spend a lot of time on this. Obviously, there's management of the players. That's absolutely key. But also managing your staff, making sure everyone feels comfortable and that they're able to give their all. Well, and that's also, I think, part of my role as a national manager. Before we give the floor to our audience here for questions, I have one last question for you. We talked a lot about what's happening on the field, about players, their profiles, development, but you picked up on something at the beginning of this interview, about that social life, that everyday life for the team, especially now when social media are omnipresent, and it means that there are all sorts of opportunities to provide your own media and to do your own PR. Is this, for a manager, a challenge? Is this a challenge when it comes to managing your team? Manager, coach is judged basically on the field. So if games are won, you're always right. If you win games, you're right. But you have to adapt. I think social media are now part of everyday life. Might not be the case for me. In fact, it's not the case at all for me or my generation, perhaps. But I'm not going to to stop my players from using it. It's a freedom they have. Of course, having that freedom is one thing. Obviously, you want to try and avoid excessive use. You don't want anyone to get into problems, or you don't want to get a teammate into difficulties from that point of view. So it's worth talking about it. But beyond that, it's their responsibility. There needs to be awareness raising, and we want to try to protect them, of course, because everything can kick off very quickly now. We think about social media and the internet. So we don't stop them using it, but we do talk about how it should be used, and we want to say that we need to make sure that the group or teammates or opponents also are not affected by it. Something that's funny today, 10 days later, 15 days later, might not be funny at all. So you have to be able to live in the time you are in, and so changes are happening, and you need to adapt. You need to adapt to these changes. You need to adapt to the way things work. I had a young team, like I said. I'm not going to talk to a 20-year-old in the same way that I might talk to someone else. I might not use the same words that I might use if I'm talking to a player who's been around for 8 years, let's say, in the French team. So it's finding that balance between that youth and that experience, like I said, that enthusiasm and that insouciance that we talked about at some stage. Yes, when you're successful, everything's wonderful, everything's excellent. But you obviously need to be always very aware of that balance. You don't want to lose anyone in a World Cup. That's the case for all teams. There are players who won't play. There'll be players who play not very much at all. And you need to make sure those players feel important, and that can be very difficult to achieve that, to make a player feel important if he's actually not playing. But he's there, and he's part of the 23. I think it's more difficult at the beginning of the World Cup than in the knockout stage, because as the competition picks up, you're moving forward, you're progressing, there's adrenaline, there's all this excitement, then the group obviously manages with all the progression and all the good results to work together much more easily. I'll hand over now to Alex and to questions.
Yes. So that is so fascinating, because I suppose outside this room, for the fans or people just viewing football for the first time, sometimes they just see their end goal, but they don't see that process, the meticulous planning and everything that goes in to make sure that journey comes to light. But just before we open it up to the floor, please raise your hands if you have any burning questions, and we'll make sure we get a mic round to you. Has anyone got any questions? Oh, we have one over here. Just before we get there, I'll start off with a question, because I suppose we spoke a lot about the stuff on the field and with the players, and I know with the England team and Gareth, what he did off the field, taking his team to army camps to build that trust and seeing different leaders come together. Is this something you did with your team, or what forms of things off the field did you do?
On n'a pas fait de choses extraordinaires, c'est des choses plutôt classiques.
Après, évidemment, il y a dans la programmation des périodes où c'est il y a une partie, la première partie, où c'était plutôt dans la charge de travail au tout début.
Most work is focused initially.
La vitesse, l'explosivité.
Mostly on speed,
tout ça lié parce que la période de préparation elle a duré 3 semaines.
Of course, we had 3-week preparation, and we don't want to make it too tough on the players. It also has to be a bit fun, you know, there has to be some freedom as well. It shouldn't become too dreary, and so perhaps we set aside 2-3 days so that they can enjoy their families as well, because family support is also important during competitions. Of course, there are peak times, matches where you have to focus, but you also need to let players have a little bit of freedom.
I think we had, reached an ideal balance during this World Cup. You want to do things together, mostly on the field, but of course also off the pitch, because you want to bring all the different personalities together. You want to consolidate the group. You want to really inspire group solidarity, unity, and that's a solid base. And that's what the players have to fall back on during matches.
We have a question.
Dan Neville, British Virgin Islands. I wonder if there's anything special that you did with Pogba. I watch a lot of Premier League football and I thought he was outstanding in the World Cup, and I don't always see that in the Premier League.
Paul Pogba,
in particular, no. Of course, we always talk. I always have conversations with him. But I think what happened was that the rest of the world, certainly in France, but I think also the rest of the world, had a bit of an image of Paul Pogba, which didn't really reflect who he is. In 2013, Paul Pogba started working with the national team, with the squad. And he's always thinking about the collective. And there's this image of him as somebody who's very individualistic, who's a bit self-centered and only thinks about himself, but that's not true at all, not at all. So I think that's the one thing that needs to be said. And having said that, Paul Pogba was with us in 2014 in Brazil and in the Euros in 2016. And he's now 25. So he's still an example for younger players of what they need to do. I'm talking about the 20-year-olds, but for also there, for older players who are around 30, he's part of them, right? Because he's been with them. He's worked with them, and he arrived prepared this World Cup. He prepared to do this. He was prepared to win. And of course, he took on the mantle of leadership both on and off the pitch. He became a bit of a spokesman for the team. And he can do that. He can speak because he's a good speaker, but when somebody takes the floor and they don't seem too coherent, they don't speak too well, it's not very credible, is it? But when I was talking to Paul Pogba, I talked about him and I talked about his relationship with the media, because I think he's been sometimes unfairly criticized, and I think he's felt that sort of this aggressive vibe, and so that's why he's had this maybe strained relationship with the media. But we've talked about this because it's part of the career, having a relationship with the media. You can be criticized. The press can be tough on you. It's part of the job, even though, of course, it can hurt. And, once you take that on board, I think, you can become more calm. And I think that's happened in him. It's calmed him down to take that on board. And that has come across both on the pitch and off the pitch. It has had an impact on his performance. And I think that it has also gained him some respect, and that respect that he's gained on the field has also had an impact on him as a person. And yes, we've talked, and of course I hope I can have a bit of an impact on my players, but I don't want to exaggerate that. I mean, it would be pretentious of me to say that. He came to the squad to become world champion, and he prepared to do that. And he took the whole group with him, the whole squad. Thank you for your question. I suppose when you said about social media as well, we saw Pogba's qualities that came out in that final game when he was giving those messages, leading those teams. That went viral on social media.
Oui, oui, après c'est des scènes de joie collective.
And we have these scenes of collective outbursts of joy, celebration.
Et ça montre
I mean, they were so happy.
Supporters, les gens qui sont
and you can see that, and you know, we want to display that also to our supporters. The joy of the World Cup is a collective adventure, it's a sports adventure, but it's also, you know, about us as human beings. And it's something we want to share both on the pitch and also off the pitch. And now in today's world, we can share all of that instantaneously. Young people share immediately what they're going through. And, you know, when you're experiencing something joyful, then that's just positive, isn't it?
Just over here.
Thank you very much, Coach. My name is David Bright. I'm from Botswana in Southern Africa. First of all, I want to congratulate you to have won the World Cup. But I've got the first question, one or two questions. But the first question is that, how did you manage the consistency of your team in terms of performance up to the last game, from the first game to the last game? And the second question, I'm very sorry to ask you this one, but I could have asked this question to the technical team, but I just have to ask you this one because you are the champions of the World Cup. What do you think about the African football? What do you think about the African countries not doing well in the World Cup? Maybe just to share us with your idea with us. Thank you very much.
C'est plus facile à répondre à la première question qu'à la deuxième.
It's easier to answer that first question than to answer that second question, isn't it?
On part avec une idée commune, directrice, pour préparer l'ensemble du groupe, les joueurs.
Guidelines to prepare the whole
management, évidemment, c'est quelque chose qui est très important dans notre rôle de
very important. Managing players is very important for us as coaches, and I did that, of course, with my backroom staff, with the technical team. They have a very important role to play with the players. So what's the ideal? Well, yes, is that all 23 players who are there come, you know, every morning with a smile on their face and ready to start the day. That's not always the case, of course. You know, you have your own individual situations, you experience different things, and you have to adapt. Make sure that you have a good relationship with each individual player so that you can talk to them. Make sure that there's trust. And also make sure that all players feel truly involved in this collective goal. There's not just one way of doing that, there are several ways of succeeding. You have to select the right response to the right situation at the right time, of course, as well.
De tenir le groupe concentré et uni parce que l'importance de la
compétition. You know, the World Cup is a big competition, and once it gets going, there's that adrenaline, there's that excitement, and it becomes easier sort of to keep all players focused and make sure that everybody's involved. And then we have this image of this group victory. And the subs are always warmed up, and they were, of course, all there invading the field almost when there was a goal scored. You know, they got on the field almost before we did. And you have these collective displays of joy, and I think they also become very important for everyone. And on your second question about football in Africa, well, it's very difficult for me to come up with an analysis. I mean, African teams have always been represented at the World Cup. This time around, they weren't perhaps that successful. But you know, they've had excellent players. Also in all the European championships, with great players, great personalities. Of course, one of the difficulties perhaps is to bring them all together and to try to work towards a common goal. And that can be a bit difficult. Particularly if you have many players abroad playing for European clubs. They perhaps don't come home that often. Though, of course, they also bring back with them important experience which can be shared. So I don't have a response. I don't know exactly why perhaps this was not the most successful World Cup for the African teams. But, you know, this morning our president said, you know, we had one World Cup, 32 teams and only one winner. And it's not that the other teams didn't have a good World Cup, you know, it's you could only have one winner. Some teams start out and they, you know, everybody wants to win, but some are more expected to win. And even though everybody wants to win, only one team can win. And it's the games are all played, you know, at very high level. All matches are very high level matches. So, you know, sometimes you just need that little extra, I don't know what it is, perhaps a bit of luck. Sometimes you need the rub of the green. But of course, you have to work towards that goal. It's not just all a matter of luck. I mean, you know, sometimes you're just unlucky. You know, Portugal hit one of the goal posts and, you know, the ball didn't go in, the goal went the other way. That's just sometimes the way it can be, you know, at the very last minute.
Thank you. I think we have time for 2 more questions.
I'm Derek Edwards, the head coach of the national team of Antigua and Barbuda. Let me say congratulations to you from my federation. 2 questions. How important it is to keep your players mentally, physically, and psychologically ready for each game? And how difficult it was to prepare for each team after each game?
La période de préparation avant la Coupe du Monde est essentielle. Je suis convaincu de par l'expérience que j'ai eue en tant que sélectionneur ou en tant que joueur. Ce n'est pas là que vous gagnez la Coupe du Monde, mais vous pouvez certainement la perdre. Si vous faites une préparation qui n'amène pas les joueurs à être à leur meilleur niveau dès le départ de la compétition, et encore plus sur cette Coupe du Monde où toutes les équipes étaient prêtes physiquement, athlétiquement, dès le départ. Après, la difficulté sur le moyen terme et long terme, quand on avance dans la compétition, c'est pour les joueurs qui jouent peu ou pas. Ça passe, comme tout le monde le fait, évidemment, par des entraînements plus importants au niveau de la charge et au niveau de l'intensité. Évidemment, qu'ils soient prêts aussi à faire ça. Le jour le plus difficile pour les joueurs qui n'ont pas joué ou peu joué, c'est le lendemain du match. Parce que ceux qui ont joué, ils sont en récupération. Pour eux, c'est le plus difficile parce que là, ils doivent compenser le fait qu'ils n'ont pas joué ou peu joué la veille. Mais ils prennent conscience que ce travail qui est fait là, ça doit leur servir pour être prêts pour le prochain match. Parce que ce n'est pas forcément les mêmes qui vont jouer toujours le même match. Donc, ce travail-là est important. L'accompagnement aussi psychologique.
And so that's where the psychological aspect comes.
Moi, je fais en sorte que le lendemain du match, je passe pas de temps avec les joueurs qui ont joué.
So, for example, the day after the match, I don't spend much time with the players who were on the field, because you know, if it was a successful match and they're recovering, then
font une séance d'entraînement pour les préparer aux prochaines séances.
In play, so that they can prepare for the following meet.
Thank you. I think we have our last question just at the back there.
Hello, félicitations. Thank you for your words. You have been an inspiration, and I'm the head coach of St. Kitts and Nevis. My question is the following. We have seen the last 3 World Cup champions before France, Italy in 2006, Spain in 2010, and Germany in 2014, have very brilliant World Cups, have been phenomenal champions, and yet the next World Cup have not been at the level of success. How do you envision France the next 4 years for France to be a successful story in 2022 and not fall into the trap that you've been champion and you cannot continue the success in the upcoming 4 years?
Je ne sais pas si ça a été bien traduit, après c'est votre analyse sur le fait que
quite sure I understood you correctly.
Les autres champions du monde ont plus réussi leur Coupe du Monde que la France.
We've had this, of course.
J'ai mal compris. Ah oui, mais c'est toujours la difficulté, pardon.
Ah yes, yes.
La question.
Coming back in the following World Cup, yes, now I'm with you.
Joachim sera plus apte que moi peut-être à répondre à cette question, mais c'est toujours le haut niveau. Au haut niveau, y arriver, c'est très difficile. Et se maintenir, c'est encore plus difficile. Parce qu'il n'y a rien aujourd'hui dans le football de haut niveau, il n'y a rien qui est au-dessus, plus fort, plus haut que d'être champion du monde.
Et forcément, ça change beaucoup.
Je leur ai dit tout de suite après dans le vestiaire à mes joueurs, vous n'êtes plus les mêmes à partir de ce soir, parce que vous êtes champion du monde. Non pas qu'eux vont changer, mais le regard des gens autour vont changer. Donc, dans le succès, il y a toujours une forme de grande euphorie, bien évidemment, qui est légitime. La remise en cause est peut-être moins importante. On a tendance à croire que c'est peut-être facile, qu'on l'a fait, qu'on va le refaire. Mais les adversaires aussi analysent ce qu'ils ont fait, bien fait ou mal fait. Et c'est très très dur de se maintenir. Moi, j'ai une équipe qui est relativement jeune, qui est censée, pour la plupart d'entre eux, être encore présent dans 4 ans, pour la prochaine Coupe du Monde, peut-être pas, parce que certains d'entre eux vont peut-être se perdre aussi, on va avoir des moments de difficulté, que ça soit lié au succès que l'on a eu, ou parce que ça arrive dans la carrière de n'importe quel joueur de haut niveau, d'avoir des périodes plus difficiles. Il faut être forcément encore plus exigeant, attentif. Mais voilà, après, comme je l'ai dit, ce n'est pas une science exacte, le football. Ne pas oublier surtout pourquoi on en est arrivé là, ce qu'on a dû faire pour en arriver là, mais en refaisant la même chose avec la même précision, avec la même intensité, avec le même sérieux. C'est pas pour ça que dans 4 ans, on aura le même résultat. L'objectif, oui, c'est de se maintenir, d'améliorer, parce qu'on peut toujours s'améliorer en gardant ses points forts, bien évidemment. Mais c'est pas forcément la cause, ça tient pas forcément qu'à nous aussi. C'est parce que les autres aussi s'améliorent et font des choses mieux. C'est aussi les mérites aussi de l'adversaire. Il ne faut pas toujours dire oui, mais une équipe a gagné. Non, mais c'est parce que l'adversaire... Non, mais il ne faut jamais enlever les mérites à une équipe qui a gagné un match. Il y a différentes manières de gagner un match, mais c'est pas dire oui, mais ils ont eu de la chance ou quoi que ce soit. Ok, le résultat aurait pu être différent, mais c'est toujours penser que s'il y a une équipe qui fait les choses mieux, qui arrive à un résultat, ben c'est parce que elle le mérite. Mais la remise en question elle doit être aussi importante, si ce n'est plus important.
But you have to reflect just as hard after a success as you do after a loss. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Sorry we couldn't get round to you all, but I know some of us are getting hungry. I'm looking at Clarence. Those eyes are looking at me. But before we do head off to lunch, can we just have another big round of applause for Mr. Didier Deschamps and Fabrice. Thank you.
juste rajouter,
I just want to add.
Voilà, je vous ai dit certaines choses. Je veux surtout pas passer pour un donneur de leçons ou dire c'est comme ça, il faut faire comme ça. Vous avez chacun vos idées, vos convictions et vous pouvez réussir d'autres manières et voir les choses différemment. C'est juste ce que je ressens, ma façon de voir, d'appréhender la haute compétition, mais évidemment qu'il y en a beaucoup d'autres et qui peuvent amener aussi au succès. Merci.
Thank you, and what a great message to end on, because that is what today is all about, sharing ideas and trying to develop football in all areas. So that concludes this morning's session. Thank you very much. The lunch is served at the boardroom, and can I please ask you to be back for 2:15? Thank you very much.